I would like to call the February 24th, 2021 meeting of the West Contra Costa USD Board of Education to order. I'm going to move on to item A2, which is disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session. There are three items. The first item is conference with labor negotiators. The second item is public employee discipline, dismissal, release complaint. And the third item is public employee performance evaluation. Um, Mr. Jordan, do we have any public comment?
President Phillips, I do not see any hands raised at the moment.
Thank you very much, sir. With that said, we are going to adjourn into closed session, and we will be back here, folks, at 6:30 for the regular agenda. Thank you so much. Looks like we have one more board member, so we're just going to give her a second. There we go. Okay, we have everyone here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to move on to item B2, which is the land acknowledgement. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Wawikma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples, and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. I would like to welcome everyone to the February 24th meeting of the Board of Education. The mission of the West Contra Costa Unified School District is to prepare students for post-secondary education and to be responsible, thinking, contributing members of our global society. We believe in public education as the most important function in a democratic society. We believe we must, 1, treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect. 2, provide safe and nurturing environments in which to learn, teach, work, and participate. 3, serve our students by working as partners with our community to develop well-rounded lifelong learners and contributing members of a global society. 4, take responsibility for our behavior and performance to ensure the highest possible achievement of all students, employees, and our school community. 5, provide equitable and essential communication and support for successful learning, teaching, working, and participating. 6, respect, celebrate, and welcome the diversity and uniqueness and contributions of all members of our school community. The board member shall not subordinate the education of children and youth to any partisan principle, group interest, or the member's own personal interests. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the globe icon and word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. That said, we're going to move on to the roll call. Mr. Duffy?
President Phillips,
Present.
Trustee Clerk Smith Folds,
Present.
Trustee Christian,
Present.
Trustee Reckler,
Good evening, present.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Present.
Student Trustee Leung,
Present.
and Student Trustee Emiliano.
Present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. We're going to move on to item B5, report ratification of closed session.
There is nothing to report out of closed session this evening.
Thank you very much, sir. We are going to move on to item B6, which is agenda review. We are going in reverse order. You got to get out of reverse order, but we're going in reverse order, starting with Trustee Christian. Trustee Christian, do you see anything that you would in particular like to pull off of consent?
No, no, I don't.
Okay. Do any of the trustees have anything they want to pull off consent? I'm looking at everyone's faces. Mrs. Smith Folds, do you have anything? Okay. So there is nothing that anyone is saying they want to pull off consent. Let's go to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Specifically on the agenda review.
There
Yes, sir.
is no hands raised.
There are no hands raised. Okay. So can I have a motion to adopt this agenda?
So moved.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, we got some competition. All right. So it's been properly moved and seconded. It's been moved by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, seconded by Mr. Christian. And we are on to the vote. Mr. Christian
Yes.
and Mrs. Smith Folds.
Yes. Smith Folds, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mrs. Reckler.
She's texted me she's having some connection issues.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy,
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Leon.
Leon, yes.
Thank you, sir. And Miss Emiliano.
Emiliano, yes.
Okay. Phillips, yes. Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to item B7, which is approval of the minutes. And I'm looking at all of the board members, so you could kind of nod or shake your head. But are there any board members that have corrections to the minutes? Okay, I don't see anything from Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy and Mr. Christian, and I don't see Mrs. Smith Folds. Trustee Reckler can't hear us now, but Trustee Reckler, I know that I used to have, oh, there she is.
Oh.
Okay, Trustee Reckler, did you have any, I can't see your face, so do you have any corrections to the minutes? Try one more time. I think you said no, but I wasn't sure. There we go. Okay, so she's shaking her head no. Or is she frozen? This was me 3 months ago. This is what was happening to me all the time.
She may
Okay.
use the
There
chat
is a public comment.
function also.
There's a what?
There is a hand raised for this item from the public.
There is a hand raised on the approval of the minutes.
That is, I see a hand came up when this item started, yes.
Oh, hold on one second. Trustee Reckler. Okay. I'll take public comment.
Okay, Consuelo Lara, you may unmute.
Hello, I'm sorry, that was a mistake. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, former trustee Laura. We're gonna move to board discussion. Can I have a motion to approve both sets of minutes?
So moved.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Is there it's been properly moved and seconded. On the vote, Mr. Christian.
Christian, yes.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Smith Folds.
Smith Folds, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. This is why I need to stop the reverse thing. Trustee Reckler. Okay. Mr. Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez Ho, yes.
Miss Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
Mr. Leon,
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. We are going to move on to item B8, which is WCCUSD public comment. It's 20 minutes and it's 1 minute and 30 seconds per person. So we're going to move there. Raise your hand if you would like to make public comment before we're officially there. Going once, going twice.
We have one public comment, Don
All right.
Gosney.
Okay, Don Gosney.
You may unmute, Don.
Thank you. With only a few seconds allotted, let me try to cover a multitude of topics. As the chair of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, I will continue to remind the board that when you eliminate the standing reports, you deprive the CBOC of an opportunity not only to report to the board, but to the public that we represent. Using committees like ours as scapegoats for your over-the-top lengthy meetings is dishonest. If we were the reason your meetings go over budget, why do you continue to go over budget when we don't report? Since there used to be no more than 3 to 4 reports per month, perhaps you can split them so half are given at one meeting and half at the next. I'm also concerned about the message being sent when your own policies say that speakers are to be allotted 3 minutes, but without even looking to see how many speakers are in the queue, you cut that in half. I also cannot embrace this idea of hosting meetings on a Friday night. There are certain times when you just don't schedule meetings. You don't schedule meetings at the same time as the Super Bowl. You don't schedule meetings for Sunday mornings when people go to church. And there's something about Friday nights after a long week of working and commuting that a lot of people want to use to go out to dinner with the family, a hot date, or just kick back. When I complained about this, Board President Phillips wrote that he took my complaint as a compliment. The CBOC will meet next Monday, the 8th of March at 2 p.m. If any board member wants to discuss these issues or the many others of concern to me and the CBOC, I invite you to reach out because there are things you need to hear. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Gosney. We're going to move on to item C, which is our consent item. We've already discussed this and we've already given people a chance to comment on this. So I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
President Phillips, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been properly moved and seconded. On to the vote. Mr. Christian,
Christian, yes.
Mrs. Smith Folds,
Smith Folds, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez Ho, yes.
Mrs. Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Miss Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
Mr. Leon.
Leon, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, yes. The consent calendar passes. Now we're going to move on to D, Board Committee and Superintendent Communication. The first committee is the Academic Committee, which is chaired by Mrs. Smith Folds.
Thank you, President Phillips. I won't take a lot of time with this. The academic committee met and we had a very robust conversation about our bilingual program, our DLI program. We will meet again. We're having a special meeting on, Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, help me, March 8th. So we're having a special meeting on March 8th. And then our regular academic committee will meet later in March. We had a slide presentation. However, Mr. Raylio is not here tonight, so we will do that at another time. We invite everyone in the public to attend the academic subcommittee. We are looking for all of those voices at the table so we can have some real deep dive conversations. I would like to ask Trustee Gonzalez Hoy if he would like to add anything to the academic subcommittee.
Thank you, Trustee Smith-Folds. The only thing I would add is that we also discussed the new online school for next year. And Ms. Edith McCormick's going to come back to a future meeting to discuss it further as well, which was a really great conversation in a very short amount of time because we had it at the end. So far, it's been great to be able to dig deeper on academic issues, and I'm looking forward to our 2 meetings in March. Thank you, Chair Smith-Folds.
Thank you so much. Mr. Phillip, that's all for now.
Thank you, ma'am. The next committee is the Budget Committee, and that is chaired by Mrs. Reckler.
Good evening. I just want everybody to know that I'm having horrendous connections issues tonight. So I'm hearing like every third syllable tonight. The next meeting is March 5th, 3 to 5 p.m. The details will be posted to the district. So Zoom links, agendas, and so forth. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The next committee to report is the Charter Committee, which is the Charter Oversight Committee, which is chaired by Mr. Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. So as I mentioned on Monday, our February meeting was canceled, which is why I don't have a PowerPoint, but I just wanted to very briefly mention what we're going to be discussing in March. So we're meeting on March 15th, and we're extending our meeting to 4 to 7 p.m. Since we didn't meet in February. We're going to be reviewing a few things, including our first draft of our updated district charter policy, which hasn't been reviewed since 2016, yet we've seen a lot of new charter laws passed by the state. We're also getting a report on all of our current charter petitions and when they're up for renewal. We're also going to be going over a checklist of items we expect from our charter schools to provide the district on a yearly basis. And lastly, we're going to start getting presentations from charter schools at every meeting. And we're going to develop what we would like them to provide us during those presentations. So we're going to have a tight agenda, but it's going to be really good. And like I mentioned, it's going to be on Monday, March 15th, 4 to 7 p.m. And I'm not sure if I missed anything, so I'd be happy to ask Trustee Reckler to add if I missed anything. Thank you.
Nope, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. So the next committee is the Facilities Committee, which I have the pleasure of chairing. We met on Friday, February 12th. We discussed a number of items. Some of those items are actually going to have to come back to the Facilities Committee because they needed to be noticed a little better than they were. But some of the subjects that came up were audits, the Ed Connect project, which is basically Wi-Fi, the CBOC, and potential changes to that. Staff is going to bring back some recommendations for consideration of the Facilities Committee, and then ultimately there will be a recommendation to the full board, and it'll be in the board's hands. There were project updates, and there was also discussion around the facilities master plan and the prioritization process. Out of the prioritization committee, there were some criteria that were recommended to weight where different facilities fall in the updated master plan, which is still being worked on. Staff presented those criteria, and we actually walked through each one of them one by one. Staff had some additional criteria that they wanted to add, and they also needed to figure out how to weight the criteria because there weren't necessarily weights applied to them. So they are going to come back to the facility subcommittee with the recommendations that they have, and there will be another discussion around it. And then ultimately, once again, that will all of this will come to the board because all of the committees are here to support the work of the board, so we're able to work more efficiently as an organization. So that is the report. Unless Mr. Christian has something that he wants to add to it. I'm looking at him. No, okay. So that is the report. Thank you very much. And we are going to move on to the Safety Committee, which is the next committee, and it is chaired by Mr. Othery Christian. Mr. Christian?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. To give a brief update on the Safety Committee that takes place on first Mondays of each month. And also Trustee Jamila Smith-Fold also works along with me. And what we discussion for this meeting will be discussion of the role of the crisis response team. We will have a discussion on current discipline measures and support. We will have a discussion on Harbor Way and model and options. And then we have an update on school climate work. So we will have this on next Monday, will be March the 1st. And I would like to ask Trustee Jamila Smith-Fold if she have anything to add to the Safety Climate Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Christian. It is a great committee to a subcommittee meeting to attend. It gives you a deep dive into our safety on campus, and safety is more than just physical safety. We talk about climate, we talk about emotional safety of our students. So it is one that we definitely welcome the public to come and be able to listen to and to be able to participate in. Thank you, Trustee Christian, for heading the Safety Committee in Climate. I appreciate you.
Thank you. And that's my report update. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to move on to the next report, which is the student board member report. And I have a feeling they're going to put us all to shame. But Mr. Leung and Ms. Emiliano, do your thing.
They're going to share their screen this evening. So we'll give them a moment to do that. And I think they should have that capability.
Yeah, I have that capability right here.
Great. Thanks, Thomas.
Can you guys see it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this would be our presentation on the recap from the last All Student Congress meeting from Navi and I.
So throughout our presentation, we're going to be talking about 3 points. Our first one is just going to be an introduction as to who we are. It'll be brief. Then we're going to talk about the All Student Congress report. It's going to be a short review of what was said during the All Student Congress meeting on January 29th. And then also we asked a few students the effect that distance learning has had on them. So we'll have a few quotes from students as well.
All right, so first part is our introductions. So Ms. Emiliano, would you like to do the honors?
Yes. Hello, my name is Navi Emiliano. I am one of the student trustees on our school board. I go to Hercules High School and I'm in the 11th grade.
And my name is Thomas Leung and I'm a senior at Middle College High School and I'm the other student trustee. So now we go into our All Student Congress report. The last meeting that was held was on January 29th, 2021. Okay, so the first question that was asked to the students of the All Student Congress was, how are decisions for your school made and do you know how to advocate for change? And Justin Trujillo from Pinole Valley said, I believe decisions are made during school site council meetings, PTSA does things as well. I advocate for change by speaking to admin and teachers who have more of a say. And anonymous student wrote in the Padlet, they said, I'm on the school's ASB, or all student body board, and we make a lot of decisions regarding budgeting and accounting. So we have to plan out the finances for clubs and how to distribute the funding so clubs / extracurriculars can receive funding. I also run social media, so I have a lot to do with seeing what events / decisions are made beforehand.
Another question that was asked to all the students is, how do you get in contact with your admin? So the common thread between all of the answers was that emails and phone calls were the most common, especially since we're not actually at school right now. So a lot of students actually said that emailing admin wouldn't always work though, because the administration doesn't know every single student. So they would kind of have to climb up the chain of the counselor, from your teacher to your counselor to your administration. And this is a quote from Caitlin Bordas, which basically summarizes that.
All right, and then the third question that was asked was, are there opportunities for shared leadership at your school? And Anais Lawyer said there are definitely opportunities at El Cerrito High to get involved in leadership, which can be through the leadership team or through clubs or sports. And Janez Babista from Helms Middle commented, there are different councils at Helms which help lift up certain voices in the communities. We have a group that meets monthly that's made up of admin, students, parents, and teachers that also meet in subgroups every month. And these two quotes pretty much summarize most of the comments made by the students in the All Student Congress.
So another question that was asked was, how can we use email or technology to connect student voice and create spaces to advocate? So the most common communication method that students brought up was social media. And then within social media, the most common platform was Discord. Students also suggested using Instagram or YouTube in order to connect students and share information and advocate. Students also suggested using email or Remind, and then some students suggested Zoom office hours like we have at school, except on a larger scale.
And the fifth question that was asked was, what does student voice at your site look like? And again, Anais from El Cerrito High commented, there are definitely opportunities at El Cerrito High to get involved in leadership, which can be through the leadership team, or this is the wrong slide, I apologize for that. On yeah, I apologize, that slide was repeated. Now onto our third part, we have a couple of quotes from students around the district regarding distance learning.
So we recently reached out to a couple students throughout the district about how distance learning has affected them. This is kind of just, we will have a more in-depth analysis in our next presentation, because we have a survey that we are going to be sending out for students to fill out, so it'll be more, have more students. However, these are some quotes that we found. So Benjamin Kim from Hercules High School basically said that he's had more time to basically do hobbies and stuff due to the schedule. And then Abner from Hercules High School said it's harder to learn over Zoom for him, but he does like the block schedule. And then Esteban Gomez from Middle College High School said that distance learning has been a challenge, but with the support from peers and teachers, he's been able to keep up and pass his classes.
Right, thank you. So that concludes our presentation from the recap from the last All Student Congress meeting on January 29th, 2021.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emiliano and Mr. Leong. I told you guys they were going to shame us. and they did. So we're going to move on to the next presentation or report, and that would be the superintendent's report. Mr. Duffy.
Thank you very much. There is a lot to report on. On the cover of my report, you see 4 wonderful students who were the winners and recipients of Chevron's annual Black Employee Network Dr. William King Scholarship winners. So we are really proud of these young women and really congratulate them on their achievements. We can go to the next slide. So I'd like to start tonight with a quick video of an amazing El Cerrito High dance performance that was put together as part of their Black History Month celebration. And just take a minute to share that before sharing some other news. But it's a really beautiful video that I think is worth watching for our board and community. Did I link the wrong thing?
All right, there's an issue with the video. It won't play.
Okay. Maybe we can find a way to open it in another tab, but if we go back to my report, I can share a few of the others. On a sadder note, we lost current Vice Principal Nancy Ivy, who is the current Vice Principal at Korematsu Middle School, just the week before break, and our thoughts and prayers go out to that entire community, and we'll be doing a full in memoriam of Miss Ivy at our next meeting. So we thank everybody who's been supportive through that. Another very, very tragic situation that we have going on in our district is one of our students, Antoine Whitley, is missing, and he was last seen around the Richmond Bridge area, and we are working with local authorities and community to try to distribute information about what we do know, and hoping everybody can pitch in and do anything they can to help us find him. There was a really interesting national feature on NBC Nightly News on a number of El Cerrito students who are working 30 hours a week during this pandemic. I'm not going to show that, but it's linked there, and really shows, features a couple of students, especially one young woman, Nayeli, and how hard she is working with her family during the day and evening, and Zooming and listening to classes while working. And I think it was just a tremendous window into how much stress and anxiety is in the lives of so many of our students, and people all across the country have reached out to support Nayeli and the others in that video, offering help, money for college scholarships, etc. So it's been a really wonderful outpouring of support. We can go to our next other recent events. I talked about the 4 students, or we saw pictures of them, who are the scholarship winners, Anita, Lensa, Nuhamin, and Jasmine. So we congratulate them. We had a feature on KPIX about Miguel Moya. So please click on that when you get a chance, on Students Rising Above. I continue to work with all of the superintendents about all the issues and challenges and opportunities around return to school, especially vaccinations. And we did post our draft COVID-19 prevention plan, which is a state document that is now posted on our website for people to take a look at. It's a safety plan. It's not a school reopening plan, but it does bring together all the components of our safety plan that we have to have in place to make sure all of our employees and students are safe when they come back to school. Finally, what's coming? So we are continuing to work hard around vaccinations. There is a lot of effort through our elected officials, our trustees, county health. So this Saturday, there will be a vaccination clinic for people above 65 at Richmond High School. And I have reached out to all of our employees who are above 65 and employees who are in specific neighborhoods that are hardest hit by COVID that the county health department is prioritizing. And we're continuing to work to get out vaccination information across the board. Just a reminder to people, please go to My Turn. That's the new website that really is holding and going to continue to hold most of the vaccination information. And we'll continue to put that out to our staff and community. We continue to work through our study sessions. We have a listening session on Friday at 6 p.m. The All Student Congress, which we just heard a nice presentation from our student trustees, meets again this Friday. Black History Month is happening all across the district. The final week of many events right before our closed session meeting tonight. I went to a culminating event from Pinole Valley High School that was awesome. It was incredibly well done by their AASU, put together really a beautiful presentation that was just sort of mixed media, an incredible representation of Black history, Black narrative, Black experience. And also tomorrow we have our culminating Black History Month event taking place. I did want to click on that, and I did want to see if we would be able to allow, I don't think he's a panelist right now, but Mr. McGee to just share a quick minute on this event this evening. So Mr. McGee, I think you're in the audience, and if somebody on my staff could make sure he's able to unmute and speak while we bring up, hopefully that link works to the Black History Month event for him to let us know a little bit about it.
Mr. McGee, you should be able to unmute.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Wold. And thank you, Mr. Duffy, for allowing me to jump in on your presentation. Good evening, Honorable Board President, board members, superintendent, staff, and community. Just wanted to let you all know that, as Mr. Duffy stated, we had a lot of events over this month. We joined forces with a lot of our community partners, as well as our school sites, hosted a number of events. And I want to say this was like record setting this year. We are having our culminating event, so please, board and staff, come. Mr. Phillips will be welcoming us, and Mr. Phillips, remember 3 minutes. But there's going to be a lot of showcasing of just our talent in our school district, as well as learning about the African diaspora. So if you all won't mind, please join us tomorrow night via Zoom. We're trying to make this a great celebration, and we're really trying to continue to put our district on the map for the positive things. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Really appreciate the work you've done all month to help coordinate the many events, not just through our district, but with community partners, et cetera. Bright Futures, I know, is having a big event on Saturday. We'll try to make sure that that gets pushed out. So One of these projects is the Still I Rise project by the El Cerrito Dance Program. So I'm really glad we're able to get that up. It's a beautiful piece that I wanted to make sure we shared. So let's watch it.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? Just because I walk as if I have oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my sassiness upset you? Don't take it so hard just because I laugh, as if I have gold mines digging in my own backyard. You can shoot me with your words. You can cut me with your lies. You can kill me with your hatefulness. But just like life, I rise. Does my sexiness offend you? Oh. Does it come as a surprise that I dance as if I have diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past rooted in pain, I rise. A black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling and bearing in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak miraculously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And so, wow. There I go.
And as Mr. McGee said, there's just so many beautiful events taking place, and credit to our teachers and our students for putting together so many non-traditional pieces right now in COVID and pushing the bounds of creativity and originality. And that's one I really, really appreciated. Final note, we continue to prepare for the virtual school as an option for families next year, not necessarily as a COVID alternative, but as an option for families who've decided that remote learning is something that they think would really benefit their students. So I think my report shares also that there's an information session tomorrow as well. So we'll continue to get that out. So that is the end of my report. So thank you very much.
Do we want to do in memoriam?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Yes. Okay, sorry about that. You know, this evening we do not have an in memoriam. We have an in memoriam slated for the next meeting around Nancy and a couple of other former district employees who have passed. So thank you for the reminder.
Okay, thank you very much. Board, I'm just going to make this general question, and then I'm looking at your faces to know if I need to start going through names. But do board members have any questions about any of these reports? Okay, I'm seeing a no. Okay, so is there any public comment?
There are no
this
hands
item?
raised. No, no hands are raised.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And there's not really anything to discuss. So we're going to move on to the next item, which is E1, Single Plans for Student Achievement, SPSA's overview.
Yep, thank you. Dr. Wold's going to introduce that with staff.
So tonight we have Lynn Potter to present the whole process that the sites go through to identify how to use the supplemental concentration and Title I dollars that are allocated to sites based on student need. This process starts now for next year. The initial plans are done in the spring each year. They're reviewed by staff over the summer. We then bring forward the final approval after test scores come through. So it seems a little disjointed to the public on when they actually come to the board. And so we thought it was really important to go through the whole process so that the board could see all of the pieces and ask their questions. And Lynn Potter is going to present that. She's our Director of State and Federal Programs. And I believe she's been promoted, and we're gonna have someone share the screen so that we can move forward.
Hi, good evening. I think we're waiting for the slideshow to come up. Is Bobby going to share it for us? Thanks.
Yep.
So good evening, President Phillips and board members and the staff and community. I'm actually really glad to be able to be here tonight and talk to you about the school plans. It's, I think, a very powerful tool the schools have to think about how they're going to impact student learning and their overall school climate. So let's go ahead and talk. I have divided this presentation into two sections. The first section is about why we have plans and how they get created. The second section is basically a walkthrough of the template. So as you have a chance to read it, it'll make sense and have it sort of in order because they are fairly big documents. Next slide. So the single plan for student achievement really is a document that talks about what the school's thinking and plans are for continuous improvement. They've looked at data, they're thinking about how they're going to address their student needs, and then they're going to develop some action steps and items to help meet those needs and achieve their goals. So basically, it's a way that it's a blueprint to how they're going to improve their performance for all their kids. So why do schools even need an SPSA? Next slide. So there's a compliance piece to school plans. Schools have to have plans when they're Title I. It's required by the federal statutes. But others, districts like ours, we ask all of our schools to do this deep thinking about how they're going to meet student needs. So all of our schools actually in our district write one. There's a final criteria that's kind of a compliance-driven thing too. So some of our schools that receive federal funds are in sort of a category where they're working extra hard on improving student achievement due to some low performance scores. And those are called comprehensive support and improvement schools. They also have to have a school plan. So in addition to all these compliance things, school plans really are a best practice. This thinking through what your areas of strengths are, building on those, planning, reviewing, and then doing more work is really the best practices associated with continuous cycles of continuous improvement. So the SPSAs are really built around the district vision, the roadmap 2.0 at this point, that actually feeds our LCAP, our 3-year LCAP, which we're in the process of writing right now. In that LCAP, we have our metrics, we have our actions and services at a district level. The SPSA is the partner to that because it includes and aligns to the district goals and has actions and services that the schools are putting in place to meet their goals. And then at the very, like on the ground level, we have teacher groups, grade level groups, department groups who actually work on implementing those plans and services right at the classroom to classroom, student to student level. So if you look at the whole continuum, teachers are doing the work with students, schools are making the plans that sort of support that work, guide that work that is aligned to the LCAP, which is geared to helping the district meet the goals. So it's a whole cycle of work that is grounded, it starts with the district goals all the way down to the classroom. Just like the LCAP, the schools are the SPSAs, the single plans for student achievement, or SPSAs, are built around 3 goals: achieving students, thriving employees, and caring schools. So there is totally structured and aligned as I just mentioned. So there is some best practices that we recommend and support schools to follow as they begin to work on their SPSAs. Schools need to know their data. What's going well for students? What's not working from this last year? What are our needs for this next year? Did we meet our needs from last year? We're going to identify some metrics around meeting those needs and addressing, and how are we going to meet our goals? Then we need to develop action steps, and then we need to fund those actions. So that is we support schools to think through those pieces, and schools work with their SSCs to get them planned and laid out. So next slide. So the first thing, which actually happens in the spring, because that's when the data is available, schools need to do some we call it an annual review. They need to look at data and think about what is working from this past year and what are they going to change and what are they going to keep. And so we take them through this little process that's on the next slide. So we give them a template, and we set it out because sometimes it's just easier to work from a template. Of course, they always have an option to use a blank template that they populate themselves. But as you can see, we base it around the local measures we have. We suggest some reports to look at. We give them some questions to think about as they answer them. And we actually support them to access the data as well. If you look down towards the bottom of this slide, you'll see there's a little place where they summarize all the observations that are there in the right-hand column. This work is done, as you can also see, with their school site council and their English Learner Council. So you can see that there's an involvement not only of the principal and staff, their instructional leadership teams, or other leadership teams, but also with their parent and community groups. So then other thing, the step 2, is that now they've looked at all of their what worked, what didn't work, what do we need to change, what do we need to keep and improve. They look at their money and how they spent their money by these same 3 goals. How much do we spend for achieving students? How much do we spend on caring schools and thriving employees? And we divvy it up for them so they can see it by their various funding streams, your local control funding, their Title I, if they have Title IV, or the CSI I mentioned. We have them look and say, wow, maybe I need to spend some more money in that area next year, or maybe I spent just the right amount. So next slide. They then take this summary of all this information that they work through on the template. And now we're going to move into the SPSA, where they put it into a section that you'll see in the SPSA called the annual review section. This is the annual review section, is the summary of all this data analysis they do that drives the actual development of the plan that they're working, that you're reading. Next slide. So let's take a minute and walk through the template. So the template is a state design template. So we are using not a WCCUSD specific one. We're using the state design SPSA template, and it has set pieces to it. It's got, and these have been here for a while. It's got a purpose, tells you why. It's got a theory of action. I'll go over the things on the left-hand side a little bit more in more detail. The key actions and services are down there in the goals, actions, services that we'll spend some time talking about in a minute. For this year, though, you should know that we did decide within the Achieving Students section to add 2 new parts. There's a section that specifically describes what schools are doing for their English learners, as well as a section that describes what they're doing for their African American students. And then in that annual review piece that I just mentioned, we actually asked them to do that analysis for those student groups. So you'll see that as well. Next slide. Okay, so I just mentioned the intro pages. So basically the overview is just a big picture of the school, get to know the school a little bit. There's if you're a CSI, if a school is a CSI school, they'll have some information there, a little summary of their plans for addressing those extra learning needs they have. And then there's the theory of action that all schools have written, and you'll get to see that if we can do this, then we'll get that results piece of their thinking around how they design and do their programs. Next slide. Continuing with the intro pages, there's a section where they describe how they're going to meet the needs of all of their learners, because we have lots of different learners of different levels and different interests at our schools. How are they working to address the needs of all of their learners? They talk about their stakeholder involvement, how they involve all their groups, not SSC, their APACs, all their groups that are involved in their school community. They talk about it in this stakeholder involvement section. The final section on this page, resource inequities, is kind of an interesting concept. The way I describe it to schools is this: if you were to say, if I only could get rid of this one problem, we could thrive. So this is not specific to like academics. It could be everything from like my parking situation. I have tons of cars, crowding here is dangerous, but I've spent a lot of time here. Older schools might have other problems. Schools with a lot of new teachers might have other issues. So this is their chance to sort of let us know some of the challenges that are blocking some of their progress. Next slide. So there is data in the SPSAs, and there's two types of data sections. We're going to take a peek at the dashboard data. This is the big state data that we're going to look at in just a minute. And it comes out usually from the spring assessment window. And then we typically would look at it in the fall if we had data to say, wow, the final data is here. How does it compare to our local data? So let's go to the next slide and look a little bit about what it looks like. So for goals 2 and 3, which are caring schools and thriving employees, the data is outdated. We took out that state data is outdated. We didn't have really solid data, so we could not in good conscience keep it in there. So what you'll see is the school's local measure data. In the achieving students, you will see this one repeated for all 3 sections. And let me just tell you a little bit how to read it, because it's actually very powerful, even though it's old. As you can see, we did not have tests last year, so this is old data, but I still think it's powerful. Along the left-hand side, you have the student groups. And so we can see how all their various student groups are performing. If you look over to the right-hand side and see the 17-18 column with a DFS, you might wonder, what is DFS? That's distance from standard. The state has set a measure, and above that measure, you are proficient. You are doing very well. The farther above, the more proficient you are. Below the line, you are not proficient, and you are approaching that standard. So you can see, let's just take a brief look. So in 17-18 at this school, all of their students were 36 points below standard. So then when they took the test in 18-19, they got closer to standard. They went from 36 below to 27 below. So their change, as you can see in the far right corner, they grew 9 points. There's a concept that growing 15 points is ideal. If you can grow 15 points a year, it's a good goal to set. So on this chart, we colored the ones that weren't quite 15, but were good progress, yellow. The ones that were good progress, we colored green, and the ones that went backwards, red. So you can look and see here, not only do we see the progress that they're making in which subgroups, but we can see where they are, and you can compare some of the current goals, which is what they're shooting for, plus 15, and see where all the student groups are in terms of performance. So these are powerful, although old data, and we hope to have new data to put in here next year. Next slide. So the other section is where schools set their own goals based around our local data. This local data can be everything from STAR, My Math IEBs. Some schools do other assessments. They can look at reading inventory. On the other sections, they look at suspensions, caring schools, suspensions, attendance. This is the same data that schools I just talked about in that data analysis we asked them to do. It's the same data they look at there, is what they describe in their plan. Next slide. So here is it in action. Here's the actual school plan template. Now we're back to the template. You can see the chart. You will see the chart is set up as goals. Schools have identified needs. What are our needs? What are we working on? So you'll be able to see their needs. And then, although I apologize, it's very small down at this, or their local measures. They tell you what metrics they're going to look at for their various areas. They tell you what their baseline is, where they started, and where they expect to grow. So you'll see that for all of these actions and services sections. Okay, next slide. Then below that, you will see all of their actions and services they're going to do to meet those goals. How are they going to improve in what areas they've indicated? So you see the action, you see a timeline for implementation, you'll see the student group, who is the target, not necessarily the only, but who their intended recipients of that service are, who's going to be responsible for it. And then you can see the money off to the right-hand side by seeing the funding source and the amount of money at the far right. Next slide. So there are some ending sections of the plan. There's the budget summary. You can see their total budget summary. You can see SSC membership, because of course I mentioned the SSC is kind of regulatory in this development of this plan. And then you can see the assurances where they assure that they approve the plan. After it, you're going to see a bunch of data sections. As we all know, the data this year is spotty at best. So those are not, that's not current data. I mean, it is labeled as such, but just to know that under normal circumstances, we'd have much more current, robust data, but we're sharing what we have. Next slide. So where all of the plans, as well as their budget information, is posted on the district website. And there's a chart there, and you can click on SPSA. You can click on their budget from this year, their allocation from this year, their allocation from last year. And then you can look at old archive, not older, but fairly recent SPSAs on the right-hand side on that page. So it's all accessible for you to review and read and see what our schools are really how they're working to meet student needs this year. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Potter, for your presentation. We are going to start with questions from Mr. Christian.
No question, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
Ms. Potter, can you please tell me how important it is for parents to be on the SSC and for each site to have a functioning SSC?
I would say it's so important. I mean, the parent voice, I mean, I think we've learned even more than we ever knew how important parent voice is this year. But it is, it's really essential that parents hear from their community about what students' needs are, how the services are, what they think about the actions and services that schools are providing. It's essential.
And then can you tell me about the monitoring system after this document is filled out, after it's implemented? What's the monitoring like? How do sites revisit it? Is there a spot built into the timeline to where they need to go back and make sure that what they put in is being implemented? Do they go back and relook at data before the end of the cycle to do another SPSA? Can you talk to me about that?
Sure. So we have our local measures set up in a set of 3 cycles, and so schools administer their assessments on that kind of continuous cycle of improvement. They're looking at their assessments, and then the revisiting of the school plan and the actions. Whether there are several ways they can look at it. They can look at it, say, well, did we said we're going to do some stuff? Did we actually do it? And then when they look at their data, they can say, wow, we're on a course. Is the course that our data is showing us, are we on the course to meet our goal at the end of the year? So there are 3 opportunities, the third one being the annual review in the spring, but there are opportunities throughout the year to work with their ILT, their SSC, of course, to do that review and then think through what's working and what's not working and what changes they need to make. There are aspects that there are things in place right now that they can use to say, wow, we need to change our access to services. We need to update our plan. We need to transfer some funds because that's, we couldn't hire that person. So let's move it into, say, online licenses. So there are processes to manage that as well.
And my final question is, can you please talk to me about how the district supports principals, sites with their plan and their SSCs with their plan?
Sure. So every year we do a training in the spring. It was actually very pleasant this year because we could do it in small groups with the principals. And so we do a training around the data. In fact, some of these slides were actually pulled straight out of their training. So we do this training for them, that we provide the data. Then we meet separately with them to go over their data and do a more deep dive into how the template works and how to do the template as well as answer any questions. Our office is available. So in terms of formal training, that's pretty much our formal option. We are available every single day to answer their questions and meet their needs around their budget, alignment to their school plans, and to help think through the data as well as their actions tied to that data. So we provide daily ongoing support as well as formal training.
Those are my questions, President Phillips. Thank you, Ms. Potter.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We're now going to go to Mrs. Reckler.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for your presentation. So I'm a little confused. I'm seeing some misalignment in what we're calling these documents. It was my understanding that they underwent a name change, and so they're called the school plans for student achievement versus the single plans for student achievement. Is that correct?
I believe it is, yes. So if the slide has single, it's probably because it was older and I didn't update it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so these are school plans for student achievement. Okay, so I've made this mistake a number of times myself, so thank you. The next question is kind of like a difference between compliance and effectiveness. And if the document can be compliant and meet the state regulations for the data that's in there, but where does effectiveness of the plan come in? And if there are some trends, challenging trends, schools are, we have challenges, no question. Where does who steps in to look at the effectiveness and to perhaps suggest different alternatives of helping students to achieve?
I have to say that question actually gets at the crux of our work, that as much as we do have compliance drivers, we do need to meet the letter of the law so that we don't have that kind of issue. The issues around effectiveness is really what that whole annual review is about, and that work that we support them with in terms of looking at their data and saying, wow, you said you were going to grow this 10% or whatever, and did we do it? And then we need to really rethink the work that we're doing around in those actions and services there. So in terms of our role, we play a consultative role with that to support them. In addition, as a part of the development of the SPSAs, we have departments, various departments who are more the content experts in that area, review them and provide that a second level of consultation in terms of looking at knowing the data, suggesting actions and services, modifications, because in part, we kind of have this struggle with the SSE because the SSE really is, SSE and ILT are really guiding it. So it's a how much can be dictated versus how much is site-based. But there is consultation happening both from our office in the effectiveness around the data, as well as the departments around appropriate suggestions for alternate actions and services.
So do site councils ever get together to problem solve? I've always thought that there should be some sort of this isn't quite the right word, but I've always thought that there should always be this defending your plan. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all, but to talk about it with other people and get, your whole site council to get some input into what you're doing. Do you know if anybody's doing that, or if
I don't know that. I have to say that the SSEs are not my immediate work area of work. Another department handles that. I know that there is great interest in ensuring that site councils are not only functioning in a compliant way, but in a truly engaged way. So I know that there's training going on right now or upcoming about the data analysis, but this notion, so they're going to talk about the data to look at, how to look at it, the alignment of data there to the ELAC, to our MDAC. So there's all those questions are being kind of combined there. But this notion of defending an SPSA or having SSEs get together more collectively, that I think is a fabulous suggestion. I mean, it's not where I work, but I think it could really empower the process.
And then for African-American strategies, English language learner strategies for our African-American students, is there any work going on with the Office of African-American Achievement and having them weigh in on any of the strategies or providing correction? We don't really quite have the same office for our English language learners, but outside consultation,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, I know that Mr. McGee and his team provided actually fairly robust feedback to our schools around their African American section. And I know that Christy Rosigno and her team also provided input for the EL sections, because we have a little, of course, we have a little process for gathering that input. So there was input provided and shared with schools, and then responses made. So there has been, and I believe, I don't work in that department anymore, but I would expect that Mr. McGee, both Christy and Ms. Rosigno and Mr. McGee both provide ongoing support, as they meet with schools and talk through their plans and support. I would expect that would be in the ongoing consultation mode as well.
Okay, and then, principals hate this paperwork. Is there any way to simplify it? Have we done everything possible to make it as streamlined as possible and, really encourage the thought rather than the document filling out type part of it?
But yes and no. I mean, we're stuck with the CDE template. So the CDE template is the CDE template is the CDE template. And, so we have tried to to support schools to manage the paperwork part by providing the data with like that data chart you saw in there. We provide that for them so they don't have to crunch that kind of stuff. The SPSAs are kept on a Doc Tracking is a company that supports maintenance of online templates. So every year they do not have to rewrite their whole plan. The plan rolls over, and then their job is to modify their plan so they don't have, it's not like they have to rewrite the whole plan every year. So we update the data for them that's inserted for them. They do have to rewrite their goals, their AMOs. They do have to write portions of it, their needs, but the bulk of all that writing you'll see in the actions and services, it is their job is to either get rid of it, to modify it, or to keep it. So they can just, if there's something that's working, they found it was working through their annual review, they can just keep it there and they don't have to rewrite it. So we've tried, but ultimately there is, and I think there's some greater engagement when you actually have to write it rather than just review it. But we try to make it less paperwork heavy as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Reckler. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. Thank you, Ms. Potter, for the presentation. At the academic subcommittee, when you presented, we talked about the section of the SPSA where the site can actually list what resources they don't have that they need in order to move to the next level. I was wondering if you could talk, or my question is, what does the district do with that data? And where could we fit in potentially supporting sites in getting those resources?
Thank you for that. We actually, it was very interesting. I actually started working on generating that list. I think it's it's virtually done. We're in the works, but it was very. When you read them in isolation, you see them, but to see them all together, it is quite interesting, the wide variety. So we are working on compiling a list in a way that we can all provide support in those areas. It's not quite finalized yet, but we're working on it.
Thank you. And who ultimately will look at that data and kind of figure out, like, this goes to the LCAP or this goes to like superintendent's office, or like what happens after that? What's the next step?
So we have a variety of teams that cabinet meetings where we talk about operations or teaching the ideal team. So we will share that with them and in that sort of forum. And then I think that people who have expertise and knowledge and strategies in that area can respond to it. So that's what I foresee, but I'm not quite sure about the exact forum, but I think that would be a great way to start.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Potter. That was my last question, President Phillips.
Thank you, sir. We are going with Ms. Emiliano.
I want to say thank you for your presentation, and I don't have any questions.
Mr. Leon.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you. So, we're getting ready to go to public comment. Remember, when it gets to me, public comment is coming up pretty soon. So please start raising your hands because your hand needs to be raised before public comment begins. Going once. I'm going to say I don't have any questions. Going twice. It's gone. I don't have any questions.
Or any
So,
public comment.
no public comment either. Hey, it worked. Okay. So we are going to move on to discussion. So board members, student trustees, we just asked questions, but now if you have comments that you would like to make about this presentation and the things that you heard, this is your opportunity to do that. Okay. So we're going to start with Mr. Christian again.
Thank you, President Phillips. No comments.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
My only comment is that I would like to continue to have you work on those summary pages because I think that's imperative because it needs to be digestible for the public. It needs to be something that they can readily look at and be able to comment on at their sites and at the board meetings. It's also something that needs to be digestible for the board. I also want to make sure that we highlight, make it known that SSEs are imperative for parents and community members to be on. If you are not elected to an SSE, you can still go to SSE meetings. So that's part of where this work gets done. Students are also welcome at SSE meetings because they have a voice in how we spend the money or how their sites spend the money. So I just want to make sure that that's put out and everyone knows that. It's also imperative that your office talks to the administrators and ask them, do they have any best practices? Is it something that they find to work at their school site with, you know, their SPSA, and can that be shared among them, you know, with them and among them? So I think that it's imperative to keep that community tight and have that communication going strong, because there may be another way that we can do this. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. I do want to encourage a defending process, or, you know, somebody coming in to hear your plan, idea sharing, you know, that kind of, you know, between site councils, in site council families, you know, I think there could be a lot learned. And especially, you know, some alignments, you know, so some of the elementaries that go into the middle schools, that go into the high schools, I think there could be a lot of opportunities to share ideas and learnings along those lines. Is one thing that I've thought about for a really long time. I also want to echo Trustee Smith-Folds' comments about site councils, what they are, what they do, how people can participate, training around them. I get a lot, I mean, over the years, a lot of parent contact about how they work, how accessible they are, posting of agendas. I think there's a lot of work that can be done just around their visibility and what they do and how you can participate. And then something technical, but I think is important, is that on these documents, my recommendation is that we have 2 signatures on these documents from both sides of the house. One is from the teacher, principal, classified side, and the other side is from the community, parent, student side. And those documents are signed with wet signatures and dated from both sides of the house. And I also have a recommendation that principals are not presidents of site councils, and that responsibility falls to somebody else, just for accessibility and feeling like, you know, people can say things that don't directly challenge or, a principal who's a very important figure in the school. And it's not because I don't value them, but just that there could be some leveling in the playing field if you have ideas and it happens not to be your principal. But there are great processes. I think everybody should do it. There's something to learn. It's a great way to participate. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go to Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. Our amazing colleagues shared everything I had to share, so I'm okay.
Okay, you could say ditto. So we're gonna go to Miss Emiliano.
I have no comment.
Mr. Leung,
I have no comments either. Thank you.
thank you very much. I have a few comments. The first thing that I want to comment about is, or comment on, is how we are handling these plans as a board, and kind of how we're doing it differently. So kind of what historically has happened is there have been like these 52 plans, have been dropped kind of on the board very close to the time that the board is supposed to actually look at them and do, the approval. So what we're doing differently this year is we have uh, brought back the old academic subcommittee, for the board to be able to have deeper dives around things that are extremely critical, like these plans. And so we have sent these plans to the academic committee, which is Mrs. Smith Folds, who chairs it, and Mr. Gonzalez Hoy, who is a member. They are taking the time. The entire board has the ability to look at the plans, and folks will, but they're taking the time to go through the plans and pay more attention to these plans than they may have gotten in the past. And that's extremely important because these plans really should be driving the work that's happening in our schools. And the board taking the time to really dig in through this committee structure, I think is great. So I want to thank not just staff, but I want to thank the two trustees who are looking in depth at these plans in their committee, which is Smith Folds and Gonzalez Hoy. So I want to say thank you to both of you for doing this, because you are doing um, an extremely important job. This set of documents is uh, maybe the most important set of documents, right, that will come, across our desk as a board. So I want to say thank you very much for the work that you're doing on that. I think the idea that Trustee Reckler had around defending your thesis or defending your plan, right? I think that is excellent, right? I don't think that that means, and I don't think she was saying it, that, necessarily, come here and do, but the idea that you're talking to other principals, that you're talking to other, teachers, that you're talking to, I think that that is an excellent plan, because I think, or an idea, because it gives the sites the ability to, learn what their neighbors are doing. And it gives everybody an opportunity in a very safe space to stretch and to become better, but in a collaborative way. So I just want to say, I think that that is a great idea. I also think it's a great idea to the extent that it can bring more alignment, right? So if we have children who are going from elementary school to junior high school, for example, and there are 5 feeder schools, right? And then when they get to junior high school, everything is completely different, right? And there is no alignment, or very little alignment, because the coordination and the collaboration wasn't happening. I think what Trustee Reckler is talking about actually helps to bring some of that alignment in. So, I think that the ideas that she's giving, uh, I think they're great. I mean, and also what she said about the principals um, being presidents or acting like presidents, of the SSCs. I've heard complaints about that as well. It really is supposed to be a space where parents can participate in the shared governance of their schools. And sometimes they're not able to do that because of the relationship or the power dynamic between the principal and the parent. So um, if I could add a third person to the academic committee, I probably would. Trustee Reckler, those are great comments, but I know that Trustee Smith Folds and Mr. Gonzalez Hoy are over there doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. So I appreciate you all. I appreciate this presentation. And we are done with this item. It's 8 o'clock. And you guys want to take a break? You guys want to take a recess? Okay, so let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Um, can I have a motion? Mr. Leung, where are you at?
Oh, I was gonna say so moved. You just robbed me of it.
You know what? I think I
I'll
robbed
move
Mr. Leung earlier. I think he wanted to second that motion. So, Mr. Leung, can I please have a motion to take a 10-minute recess?
I'll move the item.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I have a second, please? Mrs. Smith Folds, give me a
Second,
second.
always.
All right.
Second.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So it's been properly moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. On to the vote, Mr. Christian. Mr.
Christian,
Leung jumped off already. Mr. Leung, come back. We're not yet. There you go. All right, buddy. All right, so Mr. Christian.
Christian, yes.
Okay. Mrs. Smith Folds.
Always a yes. Smith Folds, yes.
Okay, Mrs. Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez Hoy.
Gonzalez, Hoy, yes.
Miss Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
and Mr. Leon.
Leon, yes. I just want to apologize earlier. When I have connection issues, I usually turn off my video so I can hear better. So sorry about that.
Gotcha. All right, so we're on recess. Motion. Oh, Phillips, yes. Motion carries. We're on break until 8:12. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we got one more person. There we go. We're all here. We are back in the meeting. We're moving on to item E2, which is summer 2021 programming report.
That is me. So I am supporting this evening. That is usually in the purview of Mr. Aurelio and team, but we are all planning this together. So I'm going to do the general ed portion of summer learning, and then I'm going to turn it over to Kristen Hardy to do the special education portion of the summer learning opportunities for 2021. So we can get right into it. So our hope is to offer a robust in-person summer program for students starting June 14th, 2021. So we'd like to offer as much as we possibly can in person and get as many of our buildings open in person as possible starting June 14th, which is the Monday after school ends. The goal through this is to promote equity, focus on learners who've been most impacted by COVID and often are our most struggling learners to begin. So our TK to 2, our ELL students, our students with disabilities, African-American students, homeless youth, those struggling with internet access, and others. So our hope is to be able to provide innovative and flexible instructional models this summer to really have an opportunity to pilot, try some things out, see some of the things that we did this year, and see if they can work in the summer. Let's keep going. So we have this idea that we want to reignite student passion for learning, rebuild some of the excitement and engagement in school for students who've been out of their school buildings for so long. We do need to adjust to the new normal, establish and practice new routines. Anything in person, students would be masked, students would be socially distant. Adults would be masked, adults would be socially distanced. So all of that to make sure we're practicing those new routines. Of course, we want to address learning loss and again, create a deep focus on equity for the students who need it the most. These are some of the guiding principles from our roadmap that we believe continue to frame the work we're doing all year long and for next year. Specifically want to focus on those first two, creating real true learner-centered environments and student voice. So while we know there is quote unquote remediation, we need to make sure the experiences foster deeper learning and they are really engaging as we bring students back to school. And we need to continue to hear from our students. And we've heard from that Navi and Thomas told us we'll get a more full report at the next board meeting about what students are thinking and feeling, but to really make changes based on what they recommend. We can go to our next slide. So the curriculum will be wide ranging. The goal is to offer curriculum and programs around literacy, math, project-based learning, social emotional learning, re-establish a lot of classroom routines, implement special ed curriculum and English learner specific programming. So our dates for summer are to begin June 14th. So that's the extended school year for extensive support needs. That's for our special education students, the extended school year, what we know as ESY. So we'll have two tiers of that. For our extensive support needs students and our mild moderate support needs students. These will all run at the same time, June 14th to July 16th. So we're looking at also elementary recovery during that time, secondary recovery, and college to career transition. And the other hope is to be able to have a bridge program in elementary and secondary for students who are new to a school or I was going to say new to an incoming grade, but we have some students who, depending on what happens in the spring, they may have spent the first year at a new school online. So we'd like to be able to do some bridge programs for students who are coming into new places and they don't know those places. We can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we'll have all of our socially distanced protocols such as mask wearing, social distancing. We will, make sure all the restroom routines are in order, hand washing, recesses, socially distanced, etc. Plan to do grab and go meals at the end of the day for the 9 to 12 day. And some meals in between for some of our special education programs. So determining interests will be a big one, surveying campuses, surveying families, and for extended school year, looking into the IEP to make sure we can do what the IEP asks, either in person or virtually. But we'll have to also see how many staff are interested in returning, and our schools will be able to put together plans that include both employees and partners, contractors, others who can come together to create a really robust program. So again, we're really looking to our sites for our principals who are returning to help us build these programs over the summer. Historically, we have had centralized programs, centralized credit recovery, maybe a few central elementary intervention programs. So the idea here is to be much more decentralized, have less students in the buildings because it's safer with the social distancing. And many of our students, of course, know their schools, know their teachers, know their buildings, instead of having them go to a large centralized location. Try to do a half-day schedule, build in a daily prep, include social emotional learning, and keep the classes small. So again, really looking to make sure we are engaging students. We want to bring them back, and we want to make sure the experience is a very positive one. Like I said, attending their home schools if possible, and trying to create as many open buildings as possible, which again is another practice opportunity for the fall. Usually we have 1 to 2 full credit recovery programs going at a comprehensive high school, or 2. This year we are hoping to be able to offer credit recovery at all 6 of the comprehensive high schools, and even if we can do it at our alternative schools as well, we'd like to do that. So again, instead of the really large spaces where students are coming together, often where they don't know anyone, trying to create it at the home school. We want to create a priority for those students who need to remediate credits, and hopefully we can give the opportunity to recover multiple credits, multiple courses, and of course, again, not to be redundant, but really making sure the experience is engaging. So you'll see also one of the ideas we're exploring is a jumpstart to life after high school, a bridge to college and career, especially for our seniors who've been out of their schools all year. So looking to build something that really helps students potentially who haven't have everything set right now to continue applying to and financing their college experience, continue to do some career exploration, resume, interview building, budgeting, and some executive functioning skills. So this is an idea that we're exploring also. So I also just like to say before I turn it over to Kristen, we're getting also a lot of help from Gabriel Chilcott, who's one of our directors, as well as Christy Rosigno, who's one of our directors, who are helping us put this together and begin to work with our schools and principals about it. I'm going to turn it over to Kristen Hardy, who's going to talk a little bit about extended school year, which is the required special education portion of the school year that takes place during the summer.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. So extended school year is something that the district provides every year to a particular group of students who have that service as part of their IEP. Those students are ones that have more significant disabilities, where the long summer break is very likely to result in long delays in them recouping those skills when they come back to school, and preventing the development of independence that we would expect based on their disabling condition. So functionally, that typically is our students with moderate to severe to profound disabilities who are, during the school year, typically served in our special day class. As you can see, it is actually included in the education code with some very particular parameters. The IEP team would discuss and recommend those services for students who, whose learning profile fits that description, and it would be outlined and included in the student's IEP, although students are not required to participate in ESY, but it is offered as part of their IEP. So that will be continued this summer. It was offered last summer in a virtual format. This year, again, following the rest of the district, we are making in-person opportunities for ESY available. And as Mr. Duffy said, because it's part of the IEP, we would be working with families to determine whether they want to come back in person or would like to access that service virtually, as students are accessing their IEP services currently. Next slide. So this graphic describes how we see offering extended school year this summer. Due to the class size, including adults and students, for safety, we are planning on an AM/PM cohort model. So half of the students would be present coming in person in the morning, and then half in the afternoon. Each class, the base classroom staffing would be 1 teacher and 3 paraprofessionals to be serving both in the morning and the afternoon. And then, so if you're an AM student, you would come at 8:30 in the morning, and you'd receive direct instruction from your classroom teacher and paraprofessionals until 11 o'clock. And then you would get a grab and go meal. And in the afternoon, you would receive your designated services. Most of these students have services in addition to their instruction that might include speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, adaptive PE, any number of other services. And so students would be receiving those services in the afternoon, plus some asynchronous learning opportunities provided by their teacher. And then if you are in the afternoon, your schedule would be reversed. So you'd receive your designated services and asynchronous opportunities in the morning, and you would come to campus in the afternoon from 12 until 2:30 for in-person instruction. Next slide. And so looking across the district, we have increased the number of campuses this year where we are, will be offering extended school year for the reasons that Mr. Duffy outlined previously, that we want to keep the number of students relatively small on each campus for safety. So our for the elementary programs, ESN classrooms will be offered at King, Terra Hills, and Collins, which try to spread the campuses out across the district. And for our mild moderate support needs classes, that would be Harding, Nystrom, Dover, and Lupine. And just as in a regular year for extended school year, students are typically not served perhaps at the school where they receive their instruction during the school year, but the IEP teams and scheduling would be based on factors of balancing the classes. Next slide. For our secondary schools, for our middle schools and high schools, our ESN and MMSN classrooms will be co-located on, for middle schools, Dijon and Pinole Middle School, and then for our high schools, El Cerrito, De Anza, and then Vista has our post-senior program, our students who are 18 to 22 years old and receive a more functional academic curriculum and vocationally based program. For our mild moderate students and full inclusion students, which typically don't have extended school year as part of their IEP program, they would be included with our general education programs. And of course, as always, all of our programs available to general education will be accessible and available to all students within the district. Next slide. And for our extended school year, many of our students receive transportation as part of that program. And so in normal years, most students would access busing. It will be available through First Student for extended school year, but based on parent request, we would also be offering the opportunity for parents to provide their own transportation for their students and receive mileage reimbursement through the district. So either opportunity would be available to our students depending on family choice and their particular circumstances. Next slide. So I think that is the end of our formal presentation, and we can.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We greatly appreciate it. We are going to now start with questions from board members. Mr. Christian, you're the first person up.
All right, thank you, President Phillips. The first question I have, will students be in cohorts?
Yes, we will need to have students in stable cohorts for the summer. So they are not going to be able to mix unless some type of Department of Health rule is relaxed. But yeah, generally they would be in a cohort. They'd have to be in that cohort potentially for recess, and we're really not doing lunch, so it would be grab and go at the end of the day outside of the special ed programs. But yes, the spirit of the day would be cohorts.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, good question.
Mr. Christian?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Mrs. Smith-Bowles.
Thank you so much. Will there be an online summer school option for those who are not doing extended school year?
We would very much like to do that. Our hope is to be able to offer both. We're trying to prioritize the in-person first and see if we have enough staff to be able to do that. But we may also have staff who only want to do something online and are also not ready to come in. So in this presentation, we really didn't talk about online, but our hope is to be able to offer something online. But I don't think it will be as robust as what we're trying to do in person.
What is the cost associated with having having offices open during the summer that are on each site because you want to open up on sites? And what's the cost? Have you added the cost to the CSOs or the janitorial system? What's the cost allocation to all of this?
Yeah, well, some of our employees are so they work year round, and some are not. So the folks who are not would obviously be paid for their work through the summer. And then even for the folks who are, we still need to determine if we're going to pay anything additional there. I don't have the total cost because part of what we're going to have to see is how many buildings can we open, how many administrators can work, but we're ready to put a pretty significant investment into this. We are receiving funding. Hopefully we'll continue to receive that funding for learning loss from the state that's supposed to be only used for the summer and through the next school year. So, I don't have the exact figure, but it will certainly be a lot more than we've spent in the past.
What is your class size range? What do you want? What's the most number of kids that you're going to have in a class?
14 would be the max. We'd really like to keep it around 10.
And do you know how many buildings are ready to go right now?
I don't have that. Most of our buildings are pretty close right now. We're waiting on some supplies. Lewis Freeze might be able to let us know about that. There's a few things that are back ordered, but generally we're getting close. We have to still work with our staffs and teachers about removing any last bits of clutter from some of our classrooms. And we're not going to use all of our classrooms, but certainly by the fall, we have to get any extraneous materials out of there so we can have maximum space for social distancing. That's probably the bigger thing that we have to do. But in terms of the PPE, the protective equipment, the signage, the sign-in, that's all pretty close to done. And this kind of the stuff we're also tracking on the district dashboard.
And do you have any idea, even an estimate of how many students will be in this category that you have the slide that promote equity? How many students that you have would be the most impacted? I believe the slide said. How many students do you know are the most impacted right now?
I don't know that, and especially in terms of the summer, because we're going to have to work with families to see how many families want to send their students back to our campuses. So we have to see what the interest is and the willingness, but we know we already have a large portion of students in our district who are below grade level in reading and math. And then we obviously have had students who've really struggled in the distance learning environment. So if there's a specific way you'd want us to quantify that, I'm happy to bring that back for you.
Just some type of matrix, how you're quantifying it, how you're saying that this person is the most impacted. I just want a matrix to see how you're doing that.
Sure.
Just a couple of more questions. When you say elementary recovery, can you tell me what recovery means?
Yeah, and maybe that's not the right term, but that would be sort of the base elementary program. So recovery from lost learning. So that's like the core program for elementary, and that slide deck, it was listed as recovery. So any elementary school that's going to open for the whole summer, that would be recovery. Same with secondary.
And then Ms. Hardy, you talked about the grab and go lunch when your AM leaves, they do a grab and go lunch. When the PM comes, do they get a snack? Or do they get a lunch or anything like that?
So what we're talking about doing is to provide classrooms somewhat, it's not dissimilar to what we're doing now, where classrooms would have some snacks and things that the classroom staff would help students get when they arrive at school. So for the AM, that would include some snacks starting the day off, and then they would take their lunch when they leave campus. And then when the students come in the afternoon, then they would have the same thing, start with their snack and then, or get their lunch rather. And then when they leave school, that they would leave with a snack. So kind of would be the opposite.
Okay. And my last question is, can you talk to me about discipline policy? We're doing campus protocols and routines. What's the discipline policy around that? Example, someone's not wearing their mask. Example, they're not social distancing. Like, what's the policy around that now?
Yeah, we haven't written a district-wide policy for not wearing your mask. I think we're going to give a set of pointers or parameters to our sites. If this happens, then do this. And then we'll let them, determine, of course, like which room or where that student goes on campus. So it's not fully done for the summer. And we'll try to, get that finished as soon as possible.
And I'll just add in, we have a discipline matrix that's already in place. We're actually bringing that to the safety committee next week to take a look at our current discipline matrix. So that is part of the process that we'll be building on that right now.
President Phillips, those are all my questions right now.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Those are great questions. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the bridge programs and who they might be open to, what programming might look like, length of day, curriculum.
We were originally thinking just about 3 days. And so that would be, bridge to kinder, bridge to grade 6 or 7, depending on the start of the middle school, bridge to grade 9 at the host school, kind of like the old step up to middle school or step up to high school kind of deal. So that's the thought, hosted, of course, by the leaders and potential teachers of the incoming school.
Would you give any consideration to 7th graders that never met?
Yes. Yeah. That's what I was sort of sharing earlier, right? We have current 7th graders, current 9th graders, current kindergartners who all entered their school and have spent so far a year where they don't know anybody. So I think that's a great idea. If we could do it, we have the capacity, we really should. So you get to know a little bit more about this school that you've virtually attended for almost a year.
And the intention is that this is going to be with real people who are employed by our district, not, any.
Yes.
Like.
Yes. And I would say our schools have a lot of great partners. So if they can put some things together where, maybe they're able to have somebody from, just talking out loud, Playworks, for example, come and, help do outdoor recreation for an hour, right? They can do that. And, we'll also have to figure if, for whatever reason, we're not able to get enough teachers because they certainly will be tired from a long year and wanting to take the break and get ready for the fall. Then we'll come back and talk to the board about alternate options if we want to open up to certificated teachers from other districts, et cetera.
My other question is around the graduating seniors program.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you'll consider juniors as well, because seniors, I'm sure many will need assistance, but juniors, it might be that leg up. It's been very disjointed, so perhaps that's an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also wondering if you would consider just blocks of just social, emotional, come to campus and sit in the socially distanced circle and talk about your horrible experience for the past year or what you loved about distance learning or, other opportunities to get kids together because they've just been isolated for so long.
Yeah, I think, the idea is we want to really do a lot. And it's just going to be about, I think, staff capacity. And I think we can be creative there as well because it is the summer and we have a lot more flexibility. So, I think it's a good question that we can explore.
And then just two more. One is about transportation. So Ms. Hardy talked about, assuming all of her transportation was for special needs students. And would there be transportation for anyone else or no?
Right now, we're not planning on that. It's something we, can continue to explore. It's so difficult because of the social distancing. You're only able to get a couple of students on a private van or, a private small bus. But we'll also, as we do in the summer, work with AC Transit to make sure the bus routes go where we need them to go. And, happy to explore that and see if there's, anything we can do there.
Yeah, the AC Transit. Good luck with that. And then the last question, even Trustee Smithfold touched on funding. That funding is secure, correct? We've got it, or are we just expecting it? And how much is it?
Kind of, I would say. And we'll talk about this on Friday, also in the study session. But some of the new legislation has made a little bit more unclear. There's different interpretations of the proposed legislation because it hasn't been fully enacted, and not to go down that tangent, but there's definitely different things out there. But some interpretations are, if you don't get opened by a certain time, you lose XYZ money. We think it'll still be there. That's our belief in the current latest interpretation from our advisors. So we think we're still going to see significant dollars for summer learning loss and into 21-22 school year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Reckler, for those questions. We're going to go to Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Duffy and Ms. Hardy, for the presentation. My first question is, are we prioritizing facility changes like ventilation for the schools open for summer?
Yes, so that's right. Well, I would say prioritizing facilities, but then, as we did our report last time, we have classrooms that have all been sort of rated, and there may be schools we can use, but there may be some classrooms in those schools that we can't use, right? So we are only going to go to the places that we can go to, but the hope is we can have pretty much everything we need ready by the summer, because the summer is just a little bit away from the fall, right? So, we're hopeful we should be able to have that all done 4 months from now.
Okay, thank you. Are we going to be doing asymptomatic testing throughout the summer?
Right now, no, that is not the plan. So, we can continue to have that conversation with the board if it's, something the board would like to explore, but no, we are not doing asymptomatic testing.
Okay, thank you. Are we going to hire potentially additional custodians to support with the cleaning for the summer? And are we going to install auto faucets for the schools that don't have them already? I guess like two questions, separate questions.
I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know the answer on the additional custodians. It depends on how much we think we can do. Like if we think, all right, we're able to get a few more buildings open because we have the leaders and we have the teachers, but we need some more custodians, then probably yes, we would hire, temporarily. So I think it's going to depend on the total capacity that we think we can do. And then on the auto faucets, I don't know. I would have to turn that over to Lewis if he's here, or Tony. I don't know where we are with auto faucets, to be frank.
Our plan is not to install auto faucets in the restrooms and or classrooms. We'll be relying on our cleaning procedures for proper cleaning of those devices.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fries, for that. When you talk about social distancing, are you talking about 4, 5, 6 feet? What is the guideline that we're following? Is it the 6 feet guideline?
It's the 6 foot guideline. There is a provision in the law, and it's an interesting, I have it in my notes here, term that is, if you may, it's quote unquote the best possible effort. If you can show that the best possible effort is made towards 6 feet, you are able to flex that. So, you're able to go to 5.5 if you need to. I mean, we really don't want to do that. We'd really plan to keep everything around 6 feet, and we're hoping to have classes that are even lower than 14. So that's the goal. You're absolutely not allowed to go beyond or smaller than 4. But I think we're going to try for that 6 feet, and we can come back and report to the board also if we think, hey, we just want to let you know that there are these 5 classrooms where we're averaging 5.5 feet. So let's make sure we keep talking about that.
Thank you. Are we buying hand sanitizing stations, the auto ones, for outside and inside of every classroom?
Yes.
So to clarify on that, there'll be hand sanitized stations inside the classrooms at every entry or exit door. The auto ones will be available at all the main entries or exits through the corridors to the interior or exterior.
Thank you for that. What is the temperature and symptom screening going to look like, and who's doing it?
Good question. We have our protocols for how we do that. We haven't identified who is doing it yet, unless something has happened, and my staff can correct me if we've actually made any of those final decisions.
Currently, we're using self. We're using the self-report each day, which is what we're doing with our employees. We're not doing the active temperature check each day. You have to attest as part of attendance that you have done that assessment prior to attending, and that will be a requirement of enrollment. Same thing with our staff. They have to each day when they report, have to answer the health screening in our Facilitron software.
Thank you. Are we gonna require, or are we gonna provide testing for staff, and how often?
That is a question I do not think that we have answered yet, in terms of COVID testing, basically asymptomatic testing. So I don't think we've landed on that answer. And I think part of it will really need to understand where we are with the vaccine landscape as we get closer. If we feel like every single person coming in has been vaccinated, that's going to be very different. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that to help us make that decision.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, how are we going to enforce, and I struggle with the word enforce, but how are we going to enforce social distancing during recess?
It's a hard one. I mean, I think having spoken to other folks, and we heard that in our last study session, it's just continuing to remind students that they need to keep their distance from each other. And also, though, in a sense, they will be really a pod in many ways for the summer. So we want to really just keep that pod, that group of students together. And if we can do that and not mix the classes, we should be okay.
Okay, thank you. And I've accidentally skipped one question. I apologize,
okay.
President Phillips. Are we going to provide like an orientation for students and families so they can see our procedures and safety and all that before the first day of summer school?
Yes, we are. We haven't decided if we're going to do a video, or how we would do that, but we do really need to bring people, virtually or some way inside the schools to say, this is what it's going to look like. And so you can see what it is. So it's a good question / reminder. And that is definitely the goal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duffy. That was my last question, President Phillips.
Thank you very much, sir. Those are great questions. We're going to move on to our student trustees. So, Mr. Leung.
Yes, I have one question. So in the beginning, I think it was mentioned that the goal was to reignite student passion for learning. And I'm just kind of wondering like what kind of like activities or plans do you have to like take on this like challenge? And like I think what Miss Reckler said, like having activities like the circle for students to sit and discuss, I think that's a great step in the right direction. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're open to all ideas. I mean, I know just talking to you guys earlier, whether it's sports that interest you or, esports or just hanging out, figuring out different things that will, work for students. Because I don't think we want, it's just an opportunity to come back and sort of, I hate to use this term, but like fall back in love with school, right? And just, get back into it. So, I think we need to really just take the lead from students and teachers about what's really worked, and see if we can bring that this summer. So perhaps that's something we could work on together with the Student Congress, and just start to collect those types of ideas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duffy. And Mr. Phillips, that's all my questions.
Thank you very much. Miss Emiliana.
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I only have one question because my others have been answered. Earlier you mentioned cohorts. How will students be assigned to these cohorts? Will there be any correlation between like what school they go to or anything like that?
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get almost all of our students to their home school. And then, of course, if they're elementary school students, they'd be cohorted most likely by grade. And then if they're in the secondary, we have to figure out some of their really unique scheduling, especially if it's credit recovery and you need a math class and an English class, but somebody else needs a science and a history. That's a little trickier, and it's going to be really tricky even for the fall too, when we have to build schedules with stable cohorts, if we still do. So we haven't fully figured it out yet at the secondary level. So that's part of our work over the next 4 months, is to figure out exactly how we build those cohorts.
Thank you. That was all of my
Thank
questions.
you. Good question.
Thank you very much for those questions, student trustees. So I have a few questions as well. You mentioned this earlier, but what is the draft COVID-19 prevention program? What is that?
So that is a state required document that has to be posted before 7 days before all students go back to school, if the district or the county is in the red tier. So I'm not 100% sure, because the regs have all been written sort of all students going back. But assume that has to go up 7 days before we go back, even before summer school. It's not required that the state or county approves it, but it's good practice to send it to them and say, here's what we're doing. So it's, just to summarize, the required document that contains the safety protocols for students and staff that must be posted before students are sent back to school.
So is this plan, COVID prevention program, right?
Yeah.
CPP. Okay.
CPP, yeah.
So is the CPP required to be finalized before we go start in-person summer school?
Yes, it would be. We would need to say whatever we post is our established final CPP, and it reflects actually what we do and how we do it authentically.
Okay. And our plan is to send the CPP to the county for them to review, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask you to go back to the slideshow
Sure.
And I think this is slide 15.
Okay. We can bring that back up for you.
That is the slide I'm looking for. So this highlighted section, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but such individuals shall have disabilities which are likely to continue indefinitely or for a prolonged period, and interruption of the pupil's educational programming may cause regression when coupled with limited recoupment capacity, rendering it impossible or unlikely that the pupil will attain the level of self-sufficiency and independence that would otherwise be expected in view of his or her disabling condition. So this is talking about disruptions. And leave this slide up here. Us having the schools closed since March, would that or could that be looked at as a disruption or interruption? Not, I'm saying disruption. The regulation says interruption. Interruption of the pupil's educational programming.
Potentially. I'm going to ask Ms. Hardy to weigh in. She's been really sort of tightly intertwined with the recent legal interpretations of the special education law and interruption of service.
I'm not, just to be clear, because none of you guys are lawyers, I'm not asking you guys for your legal interpretations. I'm asking you just give me your opinion. Have us having our schools closed since March, do you consider that an interruption of the pupil's educational programming?
Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
So this is written for the IEP process, which is considering is the evaluation during all in-person instruction. So the students who would be eligible for extended school year, that would be based on the traditional school model. So there's a group of students that, based on their disability and their learning profile, during regular in-person instruction, during the summer would be expected to experience slower recoupment of skills and more loss over summer than other peers. And that's the students that are targeted for extended school year.
I appreciate that, but I'm asking you a very specific question. And I'm asking you, in your opinion, is us having schools closed for in-person learning since March, do you consider that an interruption of the pupil's educational programming?
Yes and no. I think we have.
I'm asking Ms. Hardy, our SELPA director.
Sure.
That's the learning condition for all students in the same way that summer is an interruption in all students' educational program.
So your answer would be yes.
Yes, all students have an interruption in their educational program, both for summer and then yes, now over the last year plus, that's, you know, a longer disruption than would typically would occur in the calendar year.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. My next question, and I'm just working off the language that I'm looking at. I'm not asking for legal interpretations, and I think you guys get that now. And I get that we're talking about special education students in particular with this regulation. This interruption, and just working with the language that we're looking at, do you believe that this interruption has caused regression in our SPED students? And the interruption, just so we're working with the same definition, the interruption that I'm talking about is us having our schools physically closed since March of last year. Do you believe that has caused regression in our students?
So again, this legislation or this section is very narrowly crafted to describe, to differentiate the students that would be eligible for extended school year versus those students that would not require extended school year. And that would apply under all conditions. So it's the subset of special education students who experience a higher level of disruption to learning and slower recoupment than their peers, even in consideration of their disabling condition.
So I understand that this is regulation is about a subset of kids. I understand that. That's not what I'm asking you. If we want to stick with that subset of kids, that's fine. I'm asking you, do you believe that the interruption, and the interruption that we're talking about is having our schools closed since March, do you believe that that interruption has caused regression in the subset of kids that this applies to?
I believe that there's a subset of students, yes, who fit this description under a normal academic calendar year and now under the current conditions.
Ms. Hardy, I'm asking you a very specific question, and I swear to you, I could do this all night. So you just answer the question that I'm asking you. We'll get through this. So yes, I'm asking you, just the subset of kids that this regulation applies to, do you believe that the interruption, again, which is having our schools closed since March, that has caused regression in this subset of kids? And it's just a yes or no question.
Yes, in this subset of kids, yes.
Okay. The next part of this section then says, when coupled with limited recoupment capacity, rendering it impossible or unlikely that the people will attain the, is there a subset of kids, this subset of kids that this regulation applies to? Do you believe that we have children that this interruption has rendered it, I'm using this language, has rendered it impossible or unlikely that the pupil will attain the level of self-sufficiency and independence that would otherwise be expected? And so I'm gonna just paraphrase this because that was a lot. Do you, I'm asking you, you have said, you agree that there has been an interruption, that us closing the school since March has been an interruption. You believe that there's a subset of kids in our district who have regressed. And now I'm asking you, out of that subset of children who have regressed, do you believe that it has become, that regression, that it has been rendered impossible or unlikely that some of those students will attain the level of self-sufficiency and independence?
For the students for whom their IEPs contain extended school year, their IEP teams would have gone through this analysis and identified that those particular students' learning profile meets that description, yes.
Okay, so you believe that there are some children in West Contra Costa Unified School District where it's been rendered impossible or unlikely that they will attain the level of self-sufficiency due to this interruption, which is us having schools closed since March.
In any extended interruption, and yes, their IEP teams would go through that analysis, and based on the results of that analysis would be recommending extended school year services in the IEP to address those factors, so and to proactively reduce the impact of that.
And that's great, because you're telling me what the solution is to what I'm asking you, but I'm really asking you, and I think you just, the answer you were saying is yes, embedded in there, but that you do believe that there are children in our district where it has been rendered impossible or unlikely that they will attain the level of sufficiency because of the interruption. Is that a yes?
Not just specifically due to the COVID closure, but yes, I mean, that analysis, their teams believe that in any extended break, including just a regular summer break, those students would experience that learning profile, and therefore the teams are recommending extended school year to limit the impact of that interruption.
Okay, so I'm clear, and I'm trying to clarify because I just heard you say not because of COVID. So you're saying that in your opinion that the interruption of us having our schools closed since March has not rendered it impossible or unlikely that any of the pupils in that subset will attain the level of self-sufficiency and independence. That's what you're saying. You don't believe any of those students, because of the closure since March, it's been made impossible or unlikely. Is that what you're saying?
How could you prove that now?
Yeah.
Mr. Duffy, please. Ms. Hardy, I'm asking myself a director because she is the one whose expertise is special ed.
So I think, to Mr. Duffy's point, we'll be able to gauge that more effectively when students are back in instruction. So our teams have been diligently collecting information and data around how students are responding to distance learning right now, based on goals, based on their curriculum-based assessments by the school, observations, all of the ways that we typically collect information. And teams have been holding IEP meetings and looking at the profile of learning relative to their peers who have similar disabilities, relative to general education students, state standards, all the variety of ways that we always look at a student's progress. And then we will have more information again when students return to in-person, and we continue to track the progress that individual students are making.
Okay, so what you're saying, what I'm hearing you say now is you don't know the answer to the last question that I asked. And that once the kids come back, you'll know more, but right now you don't know.
Correct. I mean, we don't know if it's impossible yet because they're not back to know how they're going to respond to that instruction.
What about unlikely? Because both of those words are in there. You don't know if it's impossible based on what has happened. Can you say if it's if there are students in the subset that it's unlikely that they will attain the level of self-sufficiency and independence due to us having the schools closed since March?
So for every student who has extended school year written into their IEP currently, those IEP teams have already made that determination that they feel that that student's learning profile makes it impossible or unlikely for them to retain it, to attain the self-sufficiency and independence.
Okay, so then the answer is yes. I mean, we did all that, but the answer is yes. There are some kids
that's why they had the SY in their IEP, is because that team made that determination.
Okay, so there are some kids who, because we've had the schools closed since March, it's been rendered impossible or unlikely. We don't know if it's impossible, or unlikely. And we're going to try to address it, but that's the answer. Is that correct or incorrect?
I guess I'm getting a little tripped up on whether you're asking me specifically about the school closures from COVID, because this is written for every single school year, right? This has been education code and part of the required discussion for IEPs for forever.
Right.
So this came well before now, and we don't know yet how these students will return to in-person, but they already have extended school year in their IEPs. So the teams know that this is a possibility. So we are proactively planning for that to serve those students over summer.
I totally get that this was written before COVID ever happened. I totally understand that. I was just asking if the closures from COVID could be considered an interruption, and your answer was yes. And then so I just was walking through this with you, and that's all. So I get it. I want to move on to the issue of protocols or policy. One of the board members asked about a policy around safety protocols, right? People following safety protocols. Is it not appropriate for the board, for staff? Can staff draft a policy or find a policy and bring it to the board? So we have a district policy around staff following safety protocols and children following safety protocols.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Where would you begin to look for such a policy?
And this policy would sort of be in the spirit of like, it is the expectation of the Board of Education that all employees follow said safety protocols, something like to that effect you're sort of thinking about?
I'm asking, and we're going to have discussion later, so I will make comments later, but I'm asking about a discipline policy. For a board member asked, what was going to be the discipline policy. This board sets policies. So can staff meaning you, Mr. Duffy, can staff bring a draft policy to the board for consideration with the expectation that that is, once that policy is passed, this is what staff is going to do? Can you guys bring us a draft policy?
You can do that.
Okay. Can you bring us a draft policy that says child, well, maybe it says parent, but parent, if your child is on campus, this is what you will do while you are here. And if you want to be here, can you guys bring us a draft policy for that?
Yes, we can do that. And I think some of those will mimic closely to current expectations and policies of adult and student behavior inside of current schools.
And if this board passes a policy that says, staff, this is how you're going to follow these safety rules, that is something that staff will be required to do. Is that correct?
Yeah, our job is to implement board policy.
Okay. And if this board passes a policy that says, children, when you are on campus, these are the safety rules, you're going to follow them, or you're not going to be here. If we pass that, that is something that you guys would be enforcing as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long will it take for you guys to bring us draft policies for staff and for the children?
I think that would be, probably, I would say over the next month or so, that would all get done.
Thank you. There was a page in here, and I didn't write down which page number it was, but it talked about site leaders. Do you know what slide I'm talking about?
No, but it's probably up near the beginning.
Okay. Well, we don't need to look for it.
It's okay. Sure.
Your presentation somewhere in here talks about site leaders. It talks about the principals.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the experts who have come in here, Dr. Silva, she talked about principals and how important they were. How important is it, in your opinion, that we are working closely with the principals on these plans for summer, fall, winter, spring, whatever the song says? How important is that for us to be able to do this successfully?
I think it's very important. I think they know their buildings and their schools. They know the ins and outs of their community, and they can be very, very helpful in this. Often we do a single summer site, and it may not be the home principal for that site, and that has a lot of pros and advantages also. But in this, it's important. However, we do know that many of our principals will also be, drained at the end of the year, and will be thinking about when and how they can take a break so they can come back refreshed and ready to go for the fall. So we'll work with them, and we have to be realistic too, that we may, have some vice principals who may want to lead schools. We may have some teachers with administrative credentials who want to lead a summer program. So we'll probably have some versatility there.
Have you made it clear to the principals that when we return to school, whenever that is, that we need them to work, and not just in partnership, but that we need them to lead? Have you made that clear to them?
I think I have made that clear to them. And I have also, made clear that we're not going to mandate them to work. We would love to have them support us in their leadership. They're fine leaders, and if they can do it, great. If for whatever reason, medical condition, family issue, that's not something that they're able to do, then we will go to plan B.
I have a question about the AM and PM cohorts. Explain to me how, there was a slide on that. Explain to me how that works with the facility. Meaning, is the AM cohort in the same classroom as the PM cohort? Or are they in different classrooms?
I don't mean to speak for you, Ms. Hardy. I don't think we've finalized that. I mean, we've seen, like we saw in the presentation on Monday, there's some schools that have a set of A desks and set of B desks inside the same room. I mean, if we have the space, we may just put two classrooms right next to each other, but I don't believe we've finalized that call yet.
We've had a lot of experts come in here, and they've all talked about when one set of people leave, they clean before the next set of people come in. Dr. Noble talked about that. Some of the school, we've all heard that. So how do you plan to clean? If you have an AM cohort and then they leave at 12 o'clock, and then the PM cohort is in there 30 minutes later in the same classroom, how do you plan to clean all of that in 30 minutes before the next cohort comes in there?
So I'll actually answer that. We met today with the associations, the experts that we brought in previously, and the custodial teams. We went through what protocols are going to be necessary. We're going to be meeting again to map out the appropriate cleaning protocols, from what products, from what must be cleaned, from every single step, with an expert outside person providing that direction to ensure safety in that AM/PM model. So we are actually working directly with the experts, looking at the actual spaces, making sure that we have the protocols in place.
So right now, what you're telling me is you don't know.
No, we feel that we do have a plan and we have an operational way of doing it. We're confirming that and making sure that there's not something we overlooked, and ensuring safety.
Okay, so explain it to me. Tell me how you're going to clean between the AM and PM cohorts in the same classroom.
So very little is touched by the students. You do the common touch surfaces. There is a procedure, and Lewis can talk a little bit more about it, but it's basically a wiping procedure for very specific things. We're also going to incorporate, in classrooms where you have students that are moving around, we're going to incorporate cleaning within. That's why we're putting an extra adult in there during that time, so that there is literally somebody right there ensuring that they're not cross-contaminating each other, and Lewis can go beyond.
I think Dr. Wool pretty much touched on it, our conversation today, and working with our custodial staff and our leadership. You know, the cleaning procedures we're trying to outline right now, we have the products, we know what the products are. It's just the process that'll be used for the sanitation in between the cohorts.
Is there a reason that you guys are considering putting the cohorts in the same classroom instead of just putting the cohorts in separate classrooms? So, well, I'm not going to elaborate. Is there a reason that you guys are not just going to, what's the reason? Why are we talking?
I don't think
the simplest answer for ESN, they use very specific equipment and classroom layouts. If they're not a regular classroom, And so you don't have that many types of that classroom there that have that specific equipment that you want to make sure is useful for them. So that's the first piece.
So are you thinking about, so with the general ed students, are you thinking about doing AM, PM cohorts with them?
No.
No, okay, just with the special education students.
So we can have even smaller class sizes. If we weren't to do cohorts, you'd have to have double the teachers to cover that piece. It's very difficult to get that many special education teachers. As you may know, the district currently has to hire outside specialists where we don't have a full teacher. So part of it is you want to make sure you have the right staff to support these kids. And you want to make sure that every kid gets served.
I think if you look at the layouts that Ms. Hardy had presented today, she was talking about 3 students per classroom. So with knowing that you have a maximum of 14 capacity in a classroom, there is space for additional desk or equipment in order to separate the students, even if there were an AM and a PM cohort.
Will you guys, after you guys are done talking to the facilities experts, will you guys come back to the board and explain to us and to the public exactly what these protocols are for making sure that you're cleaning between the AM and PM cohorts so everyone is comfortable?
Sure.
Yep.
Then that, you know what, those are all of my questions. So I'm gonna start signaling to the public that we are moving to public comment. Right now, there are 2 hands up. If you want to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand before we get to this item, to public comment, because it's about to start. I just saw another hand go up. If you want to speak now on this item, going once, going twice, raise your hand if you want to speak. There are 3 hands. Jose De Leon, Mr. De Leon, the principal, is the last hand to go up. Public comment, please.
First public comment is Deborah Larson. You may unmute.
Yeah, hi. So my name is Deborah Larson. I have 2 kids at Michelle Obama in Richmond. And I'm asking about my kindergartner who's in the SPED program for the full inclusion at Obama. And I just had some questions about the summer program. So it looks like it's only 1 month. And then I just wanted to clarify for logistics. There's about an hour or 2.5 hours of in-person, and then about 2.5 hours of virtual per group, and then they would be sent home. And then just wanted to see kind of what does the virtual look like? I know that's got to be challenging for SPED kids, and just kind of wondering what that would entail. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Gabriella Micheletti. You may unmute.
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Micheletti, first grade teacher at Verde Elementary. I'm somewhat concerned to hear the lack of detail in this plan. It was said there will be reading and writing, but no specifics of under what curriculum, restroom protocols, but no word of what that might look like, social distancing protocol, but no word of what that means, no policy for not wearing masks. I would like very much to teach this summer and support my students who have struggled with socially distanced learning, but there needs to be better support from the district and not just throwing in buzzwords and saying they will be covered without an actual plan. If you ever look at a teacher plan, you know that we know exactly what we're going to do and what we expect students will do, while leaving the flexibility where needed. In this plan, I don't hear nearly the level of detail needed for success. I hope students, educators, and parents will be consulted, not just administrators, to make sure this is a success, rather than just having summer school to say we offered summer school and get funds for it. I heard the word exploring many times, but we are only a few months from summer, and this will need intensive planning in order to provide a supportive learning experience for students. I implore you to bring in the classroom experts the district has, rather than having people who have never been an educator or are removed from the classroom by a decade and don't recall the realities. I also truly hope more time can be spent focusing on students and their needs, rather than on the technical language surrounding them, speculating on data we don't have, and repeating statements as part of a personal agenda on an excessive number of times, which goes against the board norms listed at the beginning of this meeting. I also noticed in the previous segment that 4 members were required to ask questions, but 1 was allowed to make comments such as, "Explain this to me." I hope you remember that as school board members, much like teachers, you are public servants rather than kings of a small domain. Thank you.
Our last public speaker is Jose De Leon. You may unmute.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Duffy. One of the things about summer school, I've had a chance to work summer school as a teacher for years, and also had a chance to observe summer school as an administrator. Planning is the most important part of the process. Our district for many years has worked very hard to make sure that summer school is organized and has a rhyme or reason. And this discussion seems to be, we're picking towards making a plan instead of directing to make a plan and be fully presented. Especially special ed has always been one of the most organized programs that we had. The principals, the teachers under the direction of the directors organize a good program for our students. So my question is in the lines of when is this plan going to be fleshed out? Conversations have started. The principals are ready to work with their staff to create the plans. Continue giving us the correct parameters, and we'll go forward from this. Today, there was a lot of information that sets a baseline that needs to be developed. Thank you.
Those were the three hands that were raised when we began public comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wold. We're going to go on to board comment right now. We're going to start with Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. As I was sitting here just reflecting on pretty much everything what everybody's saying, we have to make sure the key aspect is safe schools, safe, making sure our students are safe, making sure our staff is safe, making sure all the proper protocols are put in place. We have to make sure as we go in, as we approach of seeing our kids going back in for the summer, we got to make sure that we put forth the energy and the drive to make sure everything is being spelled out, so people will have a very understanding what's going on. I might suggest that even our staff, even an orientation video for our staff on returning back, and as well an orientation video for our students, to get them what to expect and to look towards as we go back into the classroom. So it's a lot that we have to do, and I just want to suggest that we put forth making sure everything is done. And also I want to suggest this even that at some point that we go to the school sites to just check as a board, as to go and see how stuff is being done and making sure stuff is being done right. So I think we're gonna have to get all boots on the ground, all boots, all of us hitting these school sites and surveying the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mrs. Smith-Bowles.
I just want to clear up a couple of things. Buildings are closed, but schools have been open. I just want us to understand that schools, teaching has been happening. The building has been closed, but school or education has been happening. To the degree that you want to talk about if that's been done correctly or incorrectly, or that's a different conversation. But the language needs to be very clear that the buildings have been closed, but school has been open. I don't want the district to cut corners. That's just not okay with me. In any plan that you're forming, you just can't cut corners. The best possible should be the standard. If 6 feet is the best possible, then that should be what you go for, 6 feet, not 5.5, not 4, not 3. It should be the best possible. 6 feet's the best possible, do 6 feet. And do it to your capability. If you don't have enough room to do 6 feet at every school, then you have to make a plan about what's the best. That's on you to do. You're directed to do that. Class sizes, they need to be as low as possible. I would like you to come back with the numbers, costs, data, who will come, who will teach, who are you targeting? Come back with some clarity. This presentation was built in part on a lot of hopes. There's a lot of, we hope we can do this, we hope we can do that, we intend, we want. I just, I hope I'm 20, but I'm not. The reality is I'm not. So I need clarity and reality when you're presenting something to the board, because if not, you're adding confusion. You're not eliminating it. You're adding confusion to the conversation. So as clear as possible is what you need to bring to the board. As much clarity and answers to questions is what you need to bring to the board. It was very few questions got answered from the dais that we asked you. So I'm looking for a firm plan. I'm looking for the ability for you to answer all the questions, and I'm looking for it to be done swiftly so then decisions can be made. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler?
Ms. Hardy, I would like to thank you for your grace. It was just a matter of time until all of our passions get the best of us. And I'd like to remind everybody that the virus is our enemy. We are not the enemy. Staff is not the enemy. The virus is the enemy. From here on in, please, all of us, to treat each other with kindness and respect. I think it would be helpful to reach out to some of the districts that are open. They may be into summer school planning and may have something to offer. It's an idea. And I have no further comments.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
Thank you. A couple of the things I was going to talk about were just mentioned by my colleagues. Dr. Wold and Mr. Duffy, I hope that we do investigate asymptomatic testing. It just brings a layer of comfort and safety to schools. Los Altos School District is doing this really well. I've worked with them on their asymptomatic testing. It could be an example to look at. I know it's expensive, but to me, it's really, really key that we have that, not just for the summer, but also for the future. I agree with Trustee Smith-Folds, 6 feet, that should be the minimum for this until every single person's vaccinated. The masking policy, I agree that we need it. I just want to be very careful. I've seen policies throughout the state that are like zero tolerance. That's just going to increase our inequity because it's just a matter of time for a student to say, no, I'm not going to wear it and suspend them. And that's just going to continue to hurt what we've been trying to work on in our district. So I just be very careful with the policies that you bring us. Please look at the ones that have been passed and find some that would fit our key focuses in this district around equity and opportunity for all kids. I agree with some of the speakers. It's key that you all collaborate with principals and teachers. I gotta say, looking at this presentation, it was clear to me that it was not shown to a teacher or a principal because of the lack of detail. So please collaborate with them so that they are part of the final draft of what summer school is gonna look like. The auto faucets, the only thing I would say about that is that they don't have to be installed per se, but for the places that don't have a faucet in the classroom, like some of our portables or some of our lower grade classrooms, we just have to make sure that we have something, whether it's a portable sink or something that is provided to the classroom to help with the washing of the hands and making sure there's enough bathrooms so that if a student gets sent out of the classroom, they don't have to wait too long in a line between students, that we have enough for everybody. I did want to fix something in the presentation. One of my colleagues kept saying 30 minutes between cohorts. It was actually an hour, so I just wanted to point that out just for clarity, because that gives a little more time for cleaning. I agree with Trustee Reckler. I would love to see a large expansion to maybe an online summer program as well, to offer more opportunity for students and families who want to continue learning through the summer, especially with what we've experienced this year. And there are some checklists on the walkthroughs that have already been developed. I agree with Trustee Christian. I would love to see what we can create. I've actually already developed some with some of the districts I worked on in the South Bay. So I'm happy to send that to you, Mr. Duffy, so that when we do walkthroughs, it's also important to include our labor partners so they can see exactly how our facilities are already done. So we bring the leaders of all of our labor unions to see every single school through that checklist to ensure that everything's already done. And I agree with Trustee Christian. I think that we can all participate on that. And then, I think that maybe next time when we have such a large discussion and a big item that, it's so important to everybody in the community, we have committees that have a focus on specific things. Bringing it to each committee and asking for feedback, answering questions to committees before bringing it to the full board would also be key. I know this was timely, but asking academics about what would they like to see in summer programming, right? The budget, asking budgeting to look at summer funding, right? Safety, right? Essential, right? So just an idea so that when it comes to the full board and the whole community, they can see all the details. And also including student congress and seeing what students, not just our two amazing board members, but all of the student congress wants to see for their summer programming, I think would be essential. And even obviously after that. Lastly, I also want to thank Ms. Hardy and staff, because I know this is not easy work, and you're all doing as much as you can in the small amount of time. So I am thankful for all of you being here and answering these very hard questions from all of us. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Mr. Leung.
The only comment I have to make is I just want to reiterate the comments and concerns that were brought up by the board members and how important that safety is. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Leung. Ms. Emiliano.
I just want to further emphasize what the previous trustees have said. Also, I will reiterate a few of their points, but I feel that it's really important to consult with teachers, students, admin, and parents so that everyone in the community, not only are they safe, but they feel safe. And keeping students in familiar environments with familiar staff and peers, as well as a clear set plan for how things such as social distancing will work with clear policies, plans, and penalties for those who don't follow the rules would be crucial in making students as well as people who will be working in the schools feel safer. Also, penalties, they should be something that work. I heard it mentioned before, like suspension. However, over in summer, you're already condensing an entire school year's worth of learning into a very short period of time. So it would be very important to make sure that the penalties don't harm the students' learning. And they are still able to learn an entire school year's worth of material over the course of a summer. Also, it could be beneficial to look into transportation for students who aren't able to get to schools that aren't in their communities if they do have to go to schools further away, because parents can't always take their students to school. So it's really important to do that, as well as possibly find online alternates for the summer program so that students who can't go to schools can take school from home. But yeah, those are all of my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I want to start by thanking staff for bringing this presentation. And whether it sounds like it or not, I actually asked for this presentation. I asked for this presentation to give a preview of what is to come. so people can begin to get ready for what is to come. So one, thank you for putting the presentation on. The fact that I have questions and then I have questions about something that is so important, because right now what we're really talking about is figuring out how to get kids on campus after school. Because the date, the target date is in here is June 14th. So that's like 3 months. I think we closed on March 13th. So this is like 3 months. This is like a year and 3 months. This means school has been closed for like a year and 3 months. So we're having a conversation about getting kids on campus after a year and 3 months. That is an extremely important conversation, but we're also having a conversation about getting kids on campus a year and 3 months in a pandemic that will still be going on, because COVID is not going to be gone on June 14th. I ask very specific questions, and I ask questions for a living. And right now I'm asking questions that have to do not just with learning, but whether people are going to be safe, whether people are going to be safe, and every implication that goes along with that. So I will ask pointed questions. And if that makes people uncomfortable, I don't care. I will ask pointed questions. I really don't. I will ask pointed questions. And if you don't have the answer, you know what? It's okay to say, I don't know. And you know what? If you tell me I don't know, I'll stop. But if I ask questions and there's this circular thing going on, particularly about something as important as what we're talking about tonight, that's not okay. And if someone thinks that's disrespectful or whatever else they may think it is, when we are having these kind of conversations, I am going to ask questions. And you could say yes, you could say no, you could say I don't know. And I promise if the answer is I don't know, I will move on. But the evasive stuff is not okay. As far as the penalties are concerned, our policies are concerned, we are talking about something that kills people. That kills people. COVID kills people. And I know that we have conversations all the time around equity and things, and people want to feel good and people want to have the good. We are talking about something that kills people. So when you have something that kills people, you follow the rules. And if you can't follow the rules, you shouldn't be there. And honestly, as much as people want to reopen schools or wherever they fall on that line, if we as a board, if we as a district do not have the heart to actually make people follow the rules when we are talking about something that kills people, then we have no business talking about opening anything. If we do this, we do it right, and we make sure that people follow the rules. Because if we don't, somebody might die. This is not me losing my temper. This is not me, COVID, getting the best of me. This is me saying that if we put somebody in a classroom in July or August or tomorrow, the only way that we haven't had kids on campus since March 13th. And we got staff members getting COVID right now with no kids. No kids. And they're getting COVID right now. So I'm all for equity just like everybody else. And I'm all for giving somebody a break just like everybody else. But I'm not about breaking rules so you could kill somebody because because I'm trying to say you got to follow the rules if you're going to be on campus. You're not going to kill somebody. So I'm done. And if people were waiting for the day for me, well, the day has come. If we are going to do this, whether it is July or August, by God, people are going to follow the rules because I'm not going to a staff member's funeral or a child's funeral because I was too scared to pass a policy saying follow the rules. Now, be upset with me if you want. I don't have any more comments for this item. We're going to move on to the next item, which is F1. 2021 CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. Mr. Duffy.
Yes, let me just pull that up. Right. Could I ask a member of staff to grab that for me? We're just going to go through the process around nominations for the delegate assembly. Great. Could we go back to the crises just so I can make sure everybody's on the same page? Thank you so much. So CSBA, I think the board members all know the CSBA organization. It issues its ballot for candidates for the delegate assembly in our region 7A. And these delegates serve a 2-year term. And the ballot provides for the board to vote for 3 candidates. So now we can open that ballot and the board can together discuss who they would like to vote for. They don't have to vote for anybody. They could vote for 1, 2, or 3. So why don't we keep going to see if we are able to see everybody. There we go. Perfect. And you may not know any of these. Oh, yes, of course you know Mr. Gonzalez-Oy on there. My bar was covering this name, but the others you may or may not know as well.
So, Mr. Duffy, we need to vote for at least one person on this evening, correct?
Yes. So I think you could do that through a nomination process that you would like to nominate so-and-so, and then see where the rest of the board is. You could nominate 1 or 2 or 3. Obviously, it could be different nominations. Hopefully not that chaotic, though.
Thank you, sir. Board members, do you have any questions about this item? Okay, so I'm not, oh, I do see, I saw at least one hand. So we're gonna go in the order of, because I can't see everybody because the screen sharing is happening right now. So we're gonna go in the order of that we've been going all night. And I saw you, Trustee Reckler, that's what tipped me off. Mr. Christian, do you have any questions about this item?
No, I don't.
Okay, and Mrs. Smith, Foles, do you have any questions about this item?
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler, do you have any questions about this item?
I was just wondering if this might be an opportunity for Trustee Gonzalez to, pitch himself. And if anybody knows any of these other candidates, Maybe he does.
I hope he doesn't need to pitch himself, but when we get to discussion, we will let him do that if he so chooses. So moving on to student trustee. No, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, you're next. I'm sorry, it threw me off. I said you're next, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
No problem. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mr. Leon.
No questions.
Okay. And Miss Emiliano.
No questions.
Okay. So we're going to go on to public comment, and then we'll come back to board discussion. Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? I didn't signal it. We're going to move on to that. I don't have any questions. So if there are any folks in the audience who have public comment, who want to make a comment, this would be your time. So to start raising your hand. 1, 2, 3. All right, we're gone.
And I will say there's no public comment.
There's no public comment. So we're going to move on to board discussion. And I'm going to just say this and put this out to kind of frame it, right? So I don't know any of the people who are on there. And if any of you do know somebody that's on there, then you can say it. But if you don't, it might not be a bad idea to bullet vote for Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, because that would perhaps increase his chances, so I'm just putting that in context, right? So it's not a bad idea for him to be the only person that we vote for, okay? So that said, and if somebody sees it differently, you'll have an opportunity to say that. But that said, can I have a motion for Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
So moved. I was
Can I
first.
You were first. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Reckler.
I'm just wondering, is it to our advantage to elect members that are all Contra Costa County? I should have asked it before, but just looking at who they are, I don't know. Maybe we get more weight for our county. I don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer. Is there any more discussion? Yes, sir.
I mean, I just was going to say, if I didn't get nominated, you all made me do this, so that would have been hilarious. But thank you for nominating me. I was going to say, the only person that I know from the list is Amarjit, who is a mental service provider in Martinez, who seems to be a great person. I don't know her super well, but it's the only person I know. I don't know anyone else, and I try to reach out to them, and I didn't get notification back. So, but thank you for the nomination.
That might be a sign that they didn't call you back. But if we want to amend the motion to add a second person, somebody could make a friendly amendment to do that, or if not, that's okay too. Does somebody want to make a friendly amendment to add a second person? I'm assuming it would be the person that Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy just mentioned. But does anybody want to do that?
I'll do it if that's okay.
Your choice. So Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy has made a friendly amendment, and it needs to be accepted by Mrs. Smith-Poles. Do you accept that?
I accept.
And Mr. Christian, you seconded it, right?
Yes.
Do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. What was the name again, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
I just closed the document. I'm so sorry. Mr. Duffy, do you have it in front of you? Amarjeet, but I can't remember the last name.
Amarjeet. Okay. So the motion now is to vote for Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy and Amarjeet. That's the motion that's on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'm gonna call the vote. Mr. Christian
Yes.
and Mrs. Smith Folds
Smith Folds, yes.
and Mrs. Reckler
Reckler, yes.
and Mr. Leung
Leon, yes.
and Miss Emiliano.
Emiliano, yes.
And Phillips is a yes. So that motion carries. And again, it was Gonzalez-Hoy and Amarjeet. Okay. That brings us to item G, which is comments from the Board of Education and future agenda items. We're going in the same order that we've been going in all night, starting with Mr. Christian.
Yes. Thank you, President Phillips. Just basically, I have not have anything to say. Thank you.
No problem, sir. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to Mrs. Smith Folds.
This is the last general board meeting in February before February ends. The general meeting. Please remember that Black History is every month. February is just the anniversary. I want to have a race and equity moment because that's the district focus. I want us to be clear and I want us to understand that women can take care of themselves. We are able to handle anything that comes our way. So if we have hard questions, we can handle it. If we have situations, we can handle it. I also understand that white fragility is real. So we need to be careful. There's a line here that we need to understand. Everybody on here is doing a professional job and they can handle it. Now, some people are like hugging a cactus. God bless you, you know who I'm talking about. It's hard, you like hugging a cactus, but you are a professional in what you do. You ask a question, that's what you're supposed to do. We can handle it. We have to make sure that we are not, Black women for decades have been in rooms to where we get hard questions put to us, hard things that we have to go through, intense situations, and we still have to be there and show up. Every woman can handle the hard questions. Every man can handle the hard questions. But I want us to take a minute, and a lawyer is going to do what a lawyer does. A teacher is going to do what a teacher does. I teach no matter where I am. I teach at Target. I teach my own children. I teach when I'm talking to people. That's what I do. So that's who I am. I have to understand that sometimes that's a little much. So everybody has to understand that sometimes things are a little much, but I don't want us to get into the situation where we think that I have to go soft because of who you are. My job is to do my job. Now I choose to do it a certain way because that's who I am and that's my personality, but that's just me. So I want us to make sure that we understand if the same thing happened and we close our eyes and it was a white man talking to a Black woman, asking the same questions or going in or going hard or whatever adjective we want to put on it, would we have the same response? Maybe we would. Maybe this has nothing to do with race. Maybe it does. We need to have those thick questions. Does this have anything to do with gender? Maybe it does. We need to have those conversations and talk about it and understand that this is the work that we want our teachers and our principals and our students to be doing. So we need to have these conversations from the dais. Listen, everybody was uncomfortable. It is what it is. I want to know why everybody was uncomfortable. That's a question. So sit on that and think about why people were uncomfortable. Is it a racial issue? Is it a gender? Is it having to sit in front of a lawyer? Is that the issue? Whatever it is, figure out why you were uncomfortable and let's have those conversations. Race and equity moment.
Thank you for those comments, Mrs. Reckler.
So I would like to start by offering my condolences to the Ivy family and friends and the Korematsu community. Miss Ivy was there for a decade. Both of my kids went to Korematsu Middle School. She was a person I really enjoyed and loved, and her loss I feel quite greatly, and I know the community feels it quite greatly. I also send my condolences to the Richmond community, Richmond High School, because I know she spent many years there. I also want to send condolences to Mr. Aurelio, who lost his mom, and I'm sorry about that. I lost my mom too. It's really hard. And sending condolences to your family and your friends. On the brighter side, I want to give a preview that El Cerrito High School dance will graduate 14 students with dance honors. Not bad. And then finally, we can, reopening schools belongs to all of us. We alone are going to solve this. No one's going to rescue us. It's ours to own. It's ours to solve. And we have choices on how we can lead. We can bring out the best in each other, and I hope we'll do that. And I hope that we will lead with kindness and respect and understanding and love. Thank you.
And we are going to go to Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. I just want to start by thanking our student trustees for their presentation today and setting the bar high again for us for next month and bringing a great presentation. I look forward to what you all bring next month as you continue to talk to other youth around the district. It's so key to hear from you as we make, very important decisions. I wanted to just put out to the community to please keep inviting us to events and inviting me to events. I can't always go. I know Smith Folds with Trustee Smith Folds will always be there. So I can always get a text from her how it went, but please keep inviting us and I'll try to prioritize events as much as I can. I've been going to quite a few and I would like to continue to celebrate and go to events as much as I can. I wanted to just, kind of continue on what both of my colleagues have just mentioned. And then we continue to lead with best of intentions, even through very difficult times. I don't think that any of us have to remind each other how difficult the pandemic has been. I have lost 3 very important and close people in my life in the last few months to COVID. I think that we have all known and heard of someone who we've all lost. So I think that we gotta move forward, assuming good intentions, best intentions. If we make a argument of equity, it does not mean that we don't care about our employees. It does not mean we don't care about the safety of our schools. Believe me, I actually argue about safety in schools every single day in my work, in my day job. And I do it at night too, because my wife's a teacher, her mom's a teacher, all my friends are teachers in our district and employees. Of course, I want them to be safe and I want our kids to be safe. So we gotta assume best of intentions. I definitely did not appreciate a comment that felt like it was directed to me, but I will take that on with my colleague that mentioned it tonight, because it definitely felt personal, especially with what I've experienced in COVID the last few months. But like Trustee Reckler said, we got to continue to lead together as a team. Tonight, I felt like it's the first time in a while that I haven't felt as a team, especially, through a difficult situation. And that's, I guess, not just anyone's fault, because the first time we've gone through this, but I think that now that we have experienced a difficult situation, for whatever reason that was, and I think that we do have to take into consideration what Trustee Smith-Folds mentioned about race and other issues as well in that. We all have to take on that question. I do think that we have to remember what we all agreed 2 months ago in our first retreat, that I take a very personal, that I think about every day. There are many times in board meetings that I want to say something, and I remember that we're a team. And that's something that it's so very important to me. And tonight I felt like we weren't. And I just wanted to put that out there. So last thing I want to finish with is, if our community could continue to please spread information about Antoine, so we can hopefully find him as soon as possible. Families are still meeting, family and friends are still meeting every day at 3 p.m. And you can find the information on Facebook. And thank you, Superintendent Duffy and Mr. Jordan, because they put the information on all of our social media and on our website. So if anyone wants information, they can go straight there. I also want to give my sentiments to Mr. Aurelius' family and also to the Karamazov family of schools for their losses lately. And thank you all staff for everything you're doing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Mr. Leon.
I just want to thank all the board members today for the insightful information, and that we continue to put safety of our students, our staff, and administration above. That the health of our students and all the teachers and administrators there is very important. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
And Ms. Emiliano.
I just want to say thank you to those who presented tonight, as well as answered questions, as well as those who provided public comment on each of the items, and also to the other trustees for the insight that they provided tonight. That's all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't have any comments. We're going to go on to H, which is the next scheduled Board of Education meeting. So the next meeting is actually this Friday, the 26th. That is the community study listening session. The general session or regular part of the meeting starts at 6 o'clock. There will be a closed session that day where we start at 5. But the open session part of the meeting is 6 o'clock. Then after it is not on the agenda right now, but we will have a meeting on March 3rd, which is a meeting regarding the superintendent search. That agenda will come out. It's not out yet, but that meeting is coming. And then we have a meeting on March 10th. There may be another meeting that gets placed in between probably the 3rd and the 10th, but those things need to be worked out. But the next 3 meetings for sure are the 26th, the 3rd, and the 10th. That said, we're going to move on to item I, which is adjournment. It is 10:07 p.m. And I am adjourning the meeting. I want to thank everybody for their time and their comments, whether they are on the board or called in for public comment. They are all heard and appreciated. Everyone have a great night. Bye-bye.